Hey y'all, this is just a collection of video essays I've worked on over the course of my time here on YouTube, so the video quality in terms of editing and audio may be just a tiny bit all over the place. Without further ado, enjoy.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the PS5 review extravaganza. In part 1 we'll be taking a look at all things PS5 related. It's going to consist of the console's design, UI, controller, along with 3 game reviews, which will be Astro's Playroom, Miles Morales, and Sackboy's Big Adventure. Part 2 will be up at a later date. We'll try to look at some other PS5 titles like DMC5, hopefully Demon Souls, and yeah, we're going to be talking about the PS4 backwards compatibility and all that, but we're going to leave all that stuff to the side as I don't want to make the video too long, and we have a lot to cover in part 1. I wanted to cover all the big names and then get to some of the other more hard, for one, and niche stuff for later. So without further ado, let's get into the PS5 extravaganza. Well, let's not beat around the bush here. The PS5, for starters, is a massive boy. Alright, it commands your attention and respect when it's placed in any entertainment center you throw it up that. It's a hulking build that gulfs whatever you put it near, and I love it because of that. It's slick, it's something straight out of a sci-fi film, and I really like its design and the little lights that shine on top of it, giving it just another edge into the futuristic life that the PS5 is bringing into your home, right? It's really awesome. It also has a pretty slick UI. The PS5's card system does seem daunting at first. I know you guys probably have seen all the UI stuff by now. It's a standard affair. When you go straight into the dashboard, it's not too difficult to navigate. You have your game tiles, and underneath your games you have the play button. It's very similar to the PS4 in that regard, just a little bit more larger and I guess in 4K. But it's that card system where people tend to scratch their heads a little bit, and I was doing the same thing when I first loaded up my PS5, but after some time I realized that it's not that bad, and dare I say, one of my favorite dashboards in a game console ever. The SSD is really what helps it here. When you load up that card system, games will give you all sorts of special requirements that help break the tedium of when it comes to collecting 100% for trophies and even in-game stats. For example, you have games like Astro's Playroom. You press the PS button, it gives you exactly what level you're in. You press X and boom, it gives you a bunch of video files and things that you could do to watch clips and find exactly where you could pick up puzzle pieces, artifacts, and other collectibles to help you achieve 100% when you're in a certain level. The best part is, if you want to go tackle another level that you're close to 100%ing, you press the square button, Astro does this little teleport, and you're sent straight there like nothing. It's instantaneous, it's very fast, and most importantly, it's awesome. I absolutely adore this system as it cuts down on the tedium of going through 100% and, well, one, not having to deal with loading screens, and 2, it just makes things a lot more simple, a lot more fun, and you're doing the most important thing, which is gaming. I never saw loading screens throughout my time with the PS5. Very rarely did I see them, and if I did, they're usually 3 to 5 seconds. I mean, I'm probably being a bit generous, but they just feel so fast. I never had any issues. The thing is blazing quick, and that's my biggest highlight with the console. And I feel like the card system really boosts the fact that it is a fast console, and a lot of games are using this. Miles Morales is another great example where you could instantly teleport to side quests and challenges by pressing the square button without having to deal with you swinging around. If for some reason you don't want to swing around in Miles Morales, I definitely swung to all my objectives, but you guys get the gist. It's a really awesome piece of machinery, and the SSD and all the enhancements that are in it make the console just feel that much more fast. I also have one other thing to add before we move into the controller and all that is I really like the overall design of the new PS Store. I love how it's not just an application anymore, it's baked into the UI, if that makes sense, and sorting through games and going through collections and stuff just is so much easier. If I want to find PS4 games, you click PS4, here's the best selling. No, I want to sort it by what are the names, A to Z, Z to A. You sort it, you're done. I want to sort it by what's on sale right now. You sort it, you're done. It is not only instantaneous, it's also just a breeze to navigate compared to the absolute mess that was the PS4 tabs and advertisements and just all this nonsense that was on the screen constantly. You had to scroll through everything just to reach deals or click on a side card just to reach deals. It was a mess. Here, it's a lot more simple, refined, and if you want deals, you scroll to the right. There's your deals and your collections. If you want just PS4 games or PS5 games, you do what you need to do. Having this system be so easy to access makes the entire experience so much more fun. And again, you're only focusing on installing and playing those games. Which brings us to, before the controller and all the Astro Playroom stuff, downloading. How fast our downloads and stuff on the PS5 is going to be determined by our internet connection. So take this mini section with a grain of salt, depending on, again, what your internet speed is. I'm usually getting around 200 to 300 megs when I'm not playing a game, and around 100 to 50 megs when I am playing a game on the PS5. And even with that being said, games are installing at blazing quick speeds. I'll set something like Call of Duty Black Ops 3 around a 70 to 80 gig game for the PS4 gen, and it installs in around 15 to 20 minutes, which is blazing quick for a game that large. And on top of that, Final Fantasy 15 was another great example. That one actually took a little bit shorter to install because I wasn't playing anything on it. I set a download on the PS app. It took me around 5 to 10 minutes. Finished everything except for the multiplayer Comrades add-on pack or whatever, and it's just so simple, right? All you do is just press a couple buttons, you send it off its way, and everything's done. By the time you're ready to get to the console, chances are your games are going to be ready to be played, and that is insane. So without further ado, and moving on from the UI and all the nooks and crannies of that, let's talk about the controller. How do I feel about the DualSense 5? I mean, is it good? Is it bad? It's definitely a step above the DualShock 4 and probably becoming one of my favorite controllers of all time. I mean, we gotta talk about this thing. First off, it has a slew of really cool next-gen features. The haptic feedback and adaptive triggers, they just go a long way to making gameplay feel that much more immersive, and it fits perfectly in your hand. It's very comfortable, and the touchpad is moved just enough, unlike the PS4, where if I throw my fingers up here and you're looking up and doing some stuff, I never feel like I'm bumping against it or rubbing against it and causing my games to bug out and stuff like Days Gone, for example. It's a really easygoing controller. It feels great. It has a wonderful build quality, and the nice matte finish on the back. It gives you this little bit of grip that just feels nice in the hand. It also gives me a lot of hope for the PSVR 2 with their haptics and all that. I'm hoping that they really go all out with their controller and peripherals to make it feel that much more next gen, similar to the DualSense 5. Because it's really setting up to be one of the more unique controllers if developers keep keeping up with its features. Now, that's going to be the biggest concern with the DualSense 5, as much as I love it, and as we'll talk about with Astro's Playroom, as much as I love some of the things about it. The biggest issue is how many developers are going to keep supporting it, similar to the card system. How many developers are going to support the DualSense 5 and keep in, the adaptive triggers and keep in mind all that stuff to make it feel next gen and all that, right? And keep that next gen feeling throughout the course of its lifespan. How many developers are going to take advantage of the card system when it comes to loading and quick loading into games and things like that? That's the type of stuff I'm going to be concerned about as of right now. For now, it's early days. So far, everyone's supporting it and being very generous, but it's something we got to keep our eye on. Please keep the support coming, and again, as we'll talk about in part 2, you'll see what I mean with some of the third-party games lacking a bit with the support with things like the adaptive trigger. Moving on from that, let's talk about the first big game, Astro's Playroom. Now, for those of you that don't know, Astro's Rescue's Mission was probably my favorite VR game of all time. It still is definitely up there in my top 3 best VR games that you got to check out. And you can probably imagine how massive the smile on my face was throughout the entirety of Astro's Playroom. I mean, what can I say that hasn't already been said? It's a wonderful celebration of PlayStation's history. I love all the special stuff with the haptic feedback and triggers. It's insane. We all know about the frog that gives you this little bit of spring action when you hold it down. And just like the reviewers have been saying, I can't really describe this feeling, you just have to check it out. When you're pulling a bow and arrow and you feel it nook and literally fight back with you when you're holding it down all the way, it's insane, and it adds this extra bit of immersion that I never thought was possible. And my personal favorite was shooting the Gatling gun in Astro's Chain Room, because you're literally always bouncing up and down, your trigger's fighting with you, and you have to kind of fight with it and wrestle to make sure you get that perfect angle. It's insanely great stuff, man. I adore the controller, and most importantly, I adored Astro's Playroom. It's a very short but very fun 3D platformer filled to the brim with a bunch of PlayStation collectibles and references, and it's just a great experience that I don't want to get too into and spoil some of the cool stuff. I know everyone's seen it, but it's so great. You guys have to experience as your pack-in title. It is so much fun, and there's a lot of game here, tons of levels to explore, each with some really cool gimmicks and platforming segments. And on top of that, you also have some speedrunning challenges sprinkled throughout in there that give you updated leaderboards on the PS card system and all that, so you can constantly keep up to date and see if you can squeak out a little bit more time to make yourself known on the leaderboards. It's really great fun. Astro's Playroom is an awesome pack-in title, definitely up there with the likes of Wii Sports and games like that, and probably going to go down as history as not just one of the best pack-in titles for a next-gen console, or I guess a new console coming out, but also, in my opinion, one of the best 3D platformers I've played. It's great stuff, man. And moving on from that, we have to talk about Sackboy's Big Adventure. From one 3D platformer to the next, am I right? In Sackboy's Big Adventure, to kick it off with the story, you play as Sackboy, a fledgling knight of Craftworld who must muster their strength to combat the evil forces of a guy named Vex, who's making a device to destroy all of Craftworld, and we don't want that to happen now, do we? Sackboy consists of 6 worlds with around 8 to 9 levels and a slew of timed speedrun levels sprinkled throughout that you collect through the journey. It is shockingly robust with its level. It's packed to the brim with levels, and I like that about it. Speaking of packed to the brim, I wasn't expecting his moveset to be as diverse as it was. For a local co-op platformer, you do have a lot to work with here. A simple punch button, a flutter jump, a roll, a spin attack, a ground pound, along with power-ups that boost his mobility like a grappling hook, a plasma blaster, and hover boot slash jetpack things. It's really great stuff. And the gameplay, it's really smooth and responsive. Jumping, rolling around, all that good stuff, it just feels great to do, and the level design is constantly fun and unique. Couple that with, once again, the haptic feedback that the controller provides when you're rummaging through grass or laying on the hard clink of metal and you feel the vibrations ripple across your controller, or you're picking up a box and there's this little click and a little bit of heft when it fights back with you, depending on how long you hold it. It's those small little touches that tie into the character's animation, with Sackboy kind of heaving, along with your, I guess, immersive adaptive triggers that make the game that much more fun. I also really like how some levels were explorative. You go around finding keys in a small hub world and breaking boxes, traveling to secret areas to gain collectibles and progress to the next level, while others are more fast-paced and high-octane auto-scrollers or sometimes sliders, where you're sliding down pinball tables and bouncing around and teleporting throughout. It's pretty dope stuff. Oh, and they also have the cool musical levels in Little Big Planet fashion. They do use some copyright licensed tracks like Uptown Funk, Toxic, and a couple others I can't really get into, one because of spoilers and two because of copyright concerns. It's kind of hard to show these things off, but just know that these levels are very similar in tone and fun factor to those Rayman Legends musical levels. I'd honestly say a bit more so, because there's a lot more to do, a lot of collectibles that are kind of timed to the beat that you have to find and stuff, and it's really enthralling and an intriguing way of getting you kind of hooked into a level, and I always went back to replay them. They're just a ton of fun, and as corny as some of the licensed tracks can be, I still had a blast with them, man. They're really great. I feel like the songs they chose fit the atmosphere of each level pretty well. Now, despite the game being a fun, chill time, we gotta discuss some of the things that get on my nerves. There are some frustrating moments in there. Firstly, I'm not a fan of the camera angles in many levels. It's really hard to tell when things can be hit or when you're about to get hit, because it doesn't really give you enough perspective or showing of what's going on. I feel like the hitboxes aren't far enough, so you'll swing at something or try to land on something and the shadow just isn't distinct enough, or the camera's a little too pulled out, or the lighting is a little bit off and you just miss jumps, and that does get very frustrating, especially in a game where one of the requirements is to ace levels, which is completing them without dying. It's really hard to navigate, and when you get hit and you kind of don't know what's going on and it just keeps happening, it makes for a frustrating experience. This is probably because of the isometric view, which can get really confusing, especially when you're playing in multiplayer, which leads to some untimely deaths, and more often than not usually has one player dropping out and one person just running through the level, or the multiplayer we all kind of don't like, just passing the controller back and forth, just because it makes the game a little bit easier and making 100% completion just a bit more fun to obtain. Another thing that was a little bit annoying was the boss fights. They're kind of meh. They are either souped up versions of normal grunt-like enemies you fight, or they're the same generic Vex treadmill boss with a couple minor shakeups. It's the only downside in an otherwise standout platformer. And before we leave, don't worry, don't think I forgot, we gotta talk about the graphics and how incredible the LBP art direction is taken here. Now, despite it not being a true LBP game, I feel like the spin-off still did a great job of making Craft World look absolutely stunning, with tons of reflective shiny metals in the space theme levels, down to the colorful paper water and the swamp themes. There's just a ton of variety in the art direction, and it goes a long way to making sure that locked 4K 60 FPS with some sometimes seemingly ray-traced visuals maybe look impressive and absolutely outstanding on the PS5 platform. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but yeah, it's a showcase of the hardware. I especially love the attention to detail in the animations. Vex is a character that is a standout with how beautifully he's animated, and it's an absolutely gorgeous game through and through. It's very expressive, it's very emotive, and it's a really good time to play. So if you're looking for a fun little co-op platformer with tons of content to sink your teeth into for $60, then Sackboy's Big Adventure is definitely worthy of a pickup, and I'd honestly recommend that it's a game you should pick up with your PS5, as it really does showcase how awesome next generation consoles are, and it does a much better job of showcasing all the benefits of the DualSense 5 controller and the console in general than some of the other games that we'll be talking about. Finally, we have Spider-Man Miles Morales. This will be broken into two sections, non-spoilers and spoilers, of course. Don't worry, I'll give timestamps when spoilers come into play, but Miles. The game takes place a couple months after the events of Spider-Man PS4. It sets up tons of great establishing stuff on Miles' character, you know, how he's into music, producing, loves hanging out and helping his community, and deep into tech-centric things. The game continues showing off Miles' community and all that great stuff before we're thrusted into some Spider-Man action. Miles swings over to help Peter with a raft convoy full of prisoners and of course the secret big bad Rhino, and obviously things don't go as planned. So after a rampage through the city, they subdue the threat that is the Rhino, and Peter and Miles share a little bit of a heart-to-heart, and Peter drops a huge truth bomb, being that he has to go on a business trip for a couple of weeks, and Miles is going to be left to his own devices as the only Spider-Man in NYC. And well, let's just say New York City kind of knows that Miles ain't necessarily the Peter Spider-Man they all know and love, so you're going to be spending a good chunk of the game building up Miles' reputation in New York City and communicating with the citizens and doing what you can through side quests and main objectives to prove himself to NYC. I really like this angle, and I really like how you're also in control of these actions, doing what you can in-game to prove yourself to the citizens around you, which brings us to the first bits of gameplay stuff, I guess, the visuals. I mean, the PS5 gives you two options to play with: a stunning 30 FPS 4K mode that adds ray trace reflections as well as a higher fidelity to the image, and then there's the performance 1440 60 FPS mode with scaled back graphical options like no ray tracing, but a very stable no drops complete 60 FPS experience. I decided for my playthrough to stick with the 60 FPS option, which will reflect in the footage you'll see throughout this review. But very quickly, yes, the 4K 30 option is great and the ray tracing is superb. NYC has never felt more alive, with tons of citizens walking through the streets and lights bouncing all off the snow, puddles, and car reflections throughout the city. It's great stuff. However, in any action game like Miles Morales, I mean, I'll take any extra frames I can get, and swinging through the city has never felt this fluid in a Spider-Man game. This also ties into how incredible the animation quality is. Every subtle detail that Miles has is on full display, right down to the game even starting you with a slower swinging speed and scale-backed combat to potential until pivotal moments in the game, very similar to a certain Spider-Verse movie. Man, swinging just feels so much better than the first game. Tying tricks into the high arc of each swing and diving from a rooftop and texting on your phone as he glances at it one last time before putting it away and going into the full force of a swing. It's just perfect stuff, man. The combat also has a great change of pace from Peter's heavy reliance on gadgets and stealth. While Miles still has his fair share of stealth with his camouflage and stuff, his Venom abilities are more akin to up close and personal combat with a large amount of combo potential within each string. The Venom system carries and elevates Miles' combat to the next level, letting you use it to Venom jump to pick up enemies in a group with ease, Venom dash when Miles rushes into combat at lightning fast speeds and slings enemies into a group, making them paralyzed, a Venom slam, a simple AoE electric ground pound, and of course the Venom punch, the standard electrical charge punch that sends foes flying and can shatter certain weapons. Miles has camo to go completely invisible, perfect for stealth, or in my opinion even better, using it to dip from a fight, and he does come equipped with a handful of gadgets like hollow dummies that fight for you, a gravity well that sucks enemies in, and a remote mine perfect for group takedowns when you don't want to get your hands dirty. Combining all of these gadgets and abilities with Miles' Venom power means combos are easily hitting the 100s. You have to learn how to kind of manage your gadgets and your Venom power bar, along with fighting enemies who force you to use all of your abilities or risk getting wrapped up in a sword change or attacks blocked by a shield. You're often fighting groups of 40 to 50 enemies all at once. They're using range attacks, special AoE stuff, and all sorts of troublesome techniques to keep you at bay, but darting and dancing through the opposition is so rewarding. Getting those slow-mo beatdowns on those final hits always has me cheering, and managing my Venom power system perfectly to take down everyone in a room is just ultra satisfying. It's honestly, dare I say, up there with DMC surprisingly. I don't know how they did it, but it's really rewarding. It's very satisfying to pull off, and I loved it. Not to mention the combat, despite all the particle effects that blow up on your screen, is a solid 60 with no dips. That probably is why it feels so great to play. It's just so much more smooth than anything I'm used to in a PS action game, especially on the PS4 generation. There's still a ton of challenges and collectibles and suits to unlock throughout the campaign, each with their own suit mods and upgrades, all the usual stuff from Spider-Man PS4. And yeah, there's still some of those annoying segments, like Insomniac still hasn't really nailed the sections of the game that aren't chasing down baddies or brute forcing combat segments. The environmental puzzles don't have the same charm as a Naughty Dog experience, we'll say. The story this time around, while still fun, does have issues with the generic rich evil corporations and a so-so villain plot twist I could kinda see coming from a mile away. Not to mention the multitude of times the game forces side quests upon you, and in all honesty, I just wanted to breeze through the main storyline and finish the side stuff at my own pace. Aside from those tiny nuggets of issues though, it was a relatively fun time, but honestly a bit safe, and it does give me a lot of hope for Spider-Man 2, but also a little bit of caution, or I guess being cautiously optimistic, because I'm really afraid they're gonna get a bit too repetitive and just do the same thing over and over again. But now that you've been warned, it comes spoilers. Alright, so making sure you guys know, click off or click forward. Alright, cool, let's get into it. First off, the story. I personally love the core arc Miles goes through during the game. He doesn't feel like another Peter Parker, but rather his own up-and-coming Spider-Man, one that's fighting for his culture and people, and I can respect that. The game does a really good job of taking a lot of notes from Spider-Verse, right down to the swing and melee damage starting off weak until you create your own Spider-Man suit, which is the classic black and red we all know and would love, and you get stronger and a faster swing speed. I think that's a great aspect to borrow from Spider-Verse and ties directly into the character really well. Another aspect I love was how Uncle Aaron, or the Prowler, works his way into Miles' life. He is not really a good guy, but the game does go to great depth via the audio recording scattered throughout the world to flesh out why he does what he does and why he kind of tore the family apart and how he's coming to grips with accepting that. The dynamic between Miles and his uncle shared throughout the campaign was just really awesome, and the boss fight they had, it almost brought me to tears, I won't lie. Genki and his support system that's in your earpiece throughout the whole game was actually very wholesome and sublime. I loved it. It's just this very nice, genuine friend that cares about Miles, and he's always looking out for him and constantly updating him, and they share ideals off each other, and there's never any malice or bickering or rude intent, and that's to me very important. Like, it's just nice to see someone just be friendly, right? For once, it's just a very good friend, and he's always there for Miles, and it's like, hey, if you ever need to talk, man, you know, you can swing by and all that stuff. And I think that's great. Having that kind of relationship in the game was really cool to me. It's wholesome, right? And I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff. But that does bring me to the one major negative I have, which is the villain. Finn is Miles' old best friend who kind of comes back out of nowhere and functions as the game's villain, the Tinkerer or whatever. And despite her reasoning being kind of fair, she wants to take down Roxxon because Roxxon got her brother killed and all that stuff, and it's sad, but it's so generic. You have this really generic evil corporation who's just evil bad guy to be evil bad guy, and then you have Finn who's just confused for the sake of being confused. Like, reason will come into the storyline and she just doesn't care because vengeance or whatever, and it's just not executed that well at all, which makes her her whole villain thing with Miles just that really strange dynamic, because she's constantly mad at Spider-Man for ruining all of her plans when Spider-Man's like directly trying to stop her from blowing up all of Harlem and keeps trying to tell her, but she's like, I don't want to hear your lies, all you did was lie to me. But her giant lie or secret was the fact that she's a terrorist, essentially. Like, you blew up a bridge, dude. Like, excuse me, like, it's not cool. But regardless, I really just wish that it was handled better, and sure, the ending is kind of like, whoa, did not see that coming, where, you know, kind of just sacrifices. That was insane. But it still wasn't enough to be like, okay, this is like, I guess different, right? It's still very generic. So all in all, the core of fleshing out Miles' character in the Insomniac Spider world is great, and I really like where they're going with him. I feel like he is fleshed out enough for Peter Parker. I feel like he is his own character. I love his community. I love how everyone kind of knows who he is now, and I really do like how his community just knows that this is our Spider-Man, this is our Miles, right? And I think that's great, and definitely give me kind of like Spider-Man 2 vibes, right? Sam Raimi film. But for the most part, it still definitely has its issues story-wise, which is just the villains and the climax and kind of the ending and stuff. So that's my only gripe, but all this is going to be nulled by Spider-Man 2 because we're going to have a probably bang-up job with the story. So yeah, with that all being said, hey, everyone that's back, spoilers are done. Spoilers are completely over, and that's going to conclude the PS5 review extravaganza. We are done for part 1. This has been an absolute undertaking. I loved talking about all these games with you guys. This is such a fun time, and I cannot wait to delve into some more stuff. We got like Cyberpunk coming out, Immortal Phoenix Rising. I'm still playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla and a couple other games. It's a great time to be a gamer, and I'm excited, man. I'm really excited to continue talking about next gen with you guys. So if you enjoyed the content or liked the kind of video essay-ish thing I went for here, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe down below. And if you guys have any games you want me to check out on the PS5, go ahead and drop them down, you know, in the comments and stuff, or hit me up on Twitter, and we can keep the conversation going. Alright, my name is Young Falcon, once again signing out. Thank you all so much for watching the video, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Welcome to Shibuya. Hello everyone, my name is Young Falcon, and I want to preface this by saying The World Ends With You is one of my all-time favorite JRPGs out there, at least the DS version. It's got a gorgeous urban setting, you know, with Shibuya and everything. Exploring it is an absolute blast. The slick, unique art style for characters and even the clothing brands give the game a real big sense of personality. Heck, even the cutscenes ooze a ton of charm. It's got a really fun dual-screen combat system with tons of combos and abilities and experimental builds you can run through with the different pin setups and stuff. It's just a really great game, hype combat moments, and some wonderful story beats. And of course, you gotta talk about that OST. It's not just one generic kind of genre throughout. No, it really sounds like a bunch of teenagers trying to find their sound, and they really try to establish their sense of personality. Like, they got all sorts of different sounds when it comes to rock, metal, hip-hop, even pop. There's all sorts of great genres kind of mixed into the OST. It's got a ton of great things going for it in terms of musical production is what I'm trying to get at. And the combat sounds and the overall game feel and just the comfy atmosphere 20 provides, yeah, it's really great, IMO. It's easily one of the best DS titles ever made. That being said, it's really hard to recommend picking up The World Ends With You unless you happen to own a DS or 3DS and don't mind playing it that way, as the dual screen combat is truly a one-of-a-kind gimmick that, as you'll see when we talk about the Switch port, is pretty hard to get right. When you play it on the Nintendo Switch, we have these Joy-Con controls that you point around with that just feels very clunky and you lose calibration all the time. And your other alternative is the touchscreen controls, which somehow just doesn't register or feel right. You'll swipe around the screen and sometimes it registers the swipe, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it tries to recognize it as a movement option, so your character will slide instead of swiping. Sometimes when you tap an enemy, there's this weird delay and it takes a little bit for them to lock on, and there's this all sorts of clunky things going on in the combat. It feels like a big old clunk fest, and that makes the entire flow of the game just not really work out. Now, the port isn't what I would say bad. The gameplay is a little bit butchered because, again, transitioning from a dual screen DS combat and the sleekness of that to a console/handheld screen is going to be difficult inherently, so I can't really knock them too hard. But the things that they did on the side were really great. The HD sprites looked incredible. The final episode was a great segue into Neo: The World Ends With You, and everything else that they've done was really standout stuff. It's just the downside was the gameplay had to suffer because it's a brand new console that they're trying to work with in a game that was made for the DS. Overall, it's not the worst experience, and it's hard to recommend with its $50 price tag, but if you do want to play 20, as of right now, the best way is, again, if you do not have a DS, picking up the Switch version on sale or something of that nature. There is a mobile port that I will briefly mention, mainly because it's kind of delisted off of everything as of what I've heard recently. I think it's something about 64-bit Android devices not being compatible with The World Ends With You's mobile port anymore, which is a little bit sad because it was one of the better ones if you had a decent Android phone that could run it. I believe it is also on iPhone, but I don't own any Apple devices, so don't quote me there. Hopefully I gave you guys some options to go out there and please play the original game. It is a really great time, and I highly recommend you guys check it out if you're a fan of JRPGs, especially ones that have more contemporary feels, like say your Personas or Earthbounds or things like that, you know, something in a modern setting. It's a really good time, and I think you guys would very much enjoy it. As for which version do I recommend, I think it's quite obvious. Please play the DS version if you can. That is by far the most superior way to play the game, and it feels and controls the best in my opinion. Alright, so now that I've shilled The World Ends With You enough, if you do not have the time or resources or whatnot to play the game, I'm going to link down below some videos of full walkthroughs and also some story recaps to help you catch you up to speed for the Neo: The World Ends With You if you don't want to go into the sequel completely blind. And don't worry about this video and spoilers. I will let you know when they come up, which will be at the very end of the video, and I'll have timestamps galore in case anyone's worried about running into any of those. For now, let's dive into Neo: The World Ends With You and remind people what makes this JRPG so special compared to the rest. Our game starts with an apocalyptic level vision of Shibuya being torn apart by a cataclysm or a black hole of sorts. After the game shows this vision, it introduces us to our two protagonists, Rindo Kanade and Fret Furusawa, two extremely good friends and classmates who stumble across unique pins that are being passed out like candy all around the city. These pins sport a black drop and a red-faced skull, and if you guys played the first game, you know exactly what this means. It's none other than the Reaper's Game pin. As they walk around Shibuya with their their newly acquired pins, things start to get a little crazy. Noise flies around, hunting people in the real world, blowing up cars, and eventually attacking R2 players. Rindo, however, before a devastating attack and losing its best friend, somehow manages to rewind time moments before facing demise and is able to prevent the pair from being destroyed by the explosions and noise. After they come from such a shocking event, they find themselves in the Reaper game. Now Rindo, Fred, and many others who are going to join the party/cast must use their new PSI abilities and powers to win the Reaper's game so they can return to the real world. It's a really good plot setup and a nice subversion of the typical "the world ends with you" expectations. Right off the bat, we know something fishy is going on because neither Rindo or Fred die but are somehow forced to play the Reaper's game. You guys could probably easily tell that unraveling this mystery is a ton of fun to explore, on top of the numerous amount of side characters and main characters that get added into the plot line, and just figuring out how each party member interacts and works is all really great fun. But it really doesn't mean much unless we have an excellent presentation backing everything up, which, as you can clearly tell, Neo The World Ends With You handles in strides. It's like I never left. Look at how busted Shibuya is, and is that a smooth 60 FPS with some drop-dead gorgeous cell shading? Really standout stuff. We gotta talk about that camera work, obviously. It really grabs your eye as you move throughout locations. I love the homage to early Resident Evil style camera work, which, to be fair, The World Ends With You definitely did themselves during the DS game, but it's just nice to see it replicated in 3D. Those top-down and constantly switching scenes like a film, depending on what area you're in, yeah, that's really great stuff. It's even got some really cool perspective shots, like the world unfolding before our party's eyes as they run towards the 104 building. I mean, that's really sick. They did an excellent job translating the DS exploration feel into the console space, and nothing was really lost in quality during the transition from 2D into 3D. As a matter of fact, honestly, I think the 3D look really benefits Neo's art style. Shibuya feels a lot more lively because of it, and cars and people move through the city streets, all passing through you like you don't exist in, well, classic The World Ends With You fashion. We also get to see a lot more of Shibuya, so that's always a plus in my book. Oh, speaking of which, shops are back in full force. Of course, we have the series staple fashion branded stores. I mean, these are the places where they sell gear for clothing and stuff like that, duh. But also lucrative pins that are going to be used in combat. Each storekeeper has their own little personality and voice lines for when you purchase things, and with the more you shop, the more levels you can get and the more gear you can unlock. So it kind of pays off to dedicate yourself to a brand and, well, shop till you drop, if you will. The World Ends With You also has tons of culture put into it. Because Shibuya is one big city, we also have the addition of restaurants. Now, these aren't just your typical ramen and street stands, nah. They've got all sorts of food items, ranging from cafes, Indian curry, good old American fashion burgers, and dessert-themed parlors. The variety each clothing brand and restaurant offers is staggering, and it's really fun to explore Shibuya, stumble across new food and clothing joints, and find which pieces that works for your party and which one they don't necessarily like. Oh, and later in the game, you eventually unlock a location where you can buy the in-game music and play it whenever you like throughout the overworld, truly letting me feel like I'm Rindo running around the city with my playlist going. Oh, and as for the soundtrack, I mean, come on. It's impeccable work. Even more genre blending than the first game. Now we got more electronic, rap, hip-hop, early 2000s J-rock, screamo, and yes, classic tracks from the first game, and so much more. It is truly top tier stuff. The level of customization the player has in-game is also very much welcome. Heck, even these vocal tracks have both Japanese and English dubs by the artist that you can choose from in-game freely, or they'll be randomly shuffled in a playlist depending on what version you want to listen to. But talking about the OST can only go so far. Let me just bump y'all some of my faves. As you could hear, the music really stands out as one of the many focal points of the game's presentation. The battle themes hit, the overworld music is truly something special, and not only that, eventually later in the game you unlock the ability to remix tracks on the fly, giving every sound a little bit of a personal touch. When it comes to presentation, Neo The World Ends With You knocks it out of the park. The OST is on point, the visuals are outstanding, the models are expressive, and yes, even the cutscenes have a ton of effort put into them. Each character has a multitude of expressive full body sprite changes, and the text boxes and the way the text works in the 2D spaces very dynamic, as the characters are often seen switching spaces, changing positions, and getting full screen reveals, etc, etc. The way that they make the act of reading text something as stylish as it is something I just gotta give kudos towards. It also helps me from ever getting bored with the dialogue sections of the game. As for the UI in general, it's pretty good. Minimal and never really in the way, with simple objective markers and menus to navigate. If anything, I wouldn't mind a menu that's a bit more stylized, like giving it the look of a phone or something, since Rindo uses his phone like all the time. Minor nitpicks aside, the menus are great at showing exactly what needs to be seen at a first glance, giving more layered information if the player seeks it out. Omega bonus points towards showing off how each pin works and what you can expect the pins to do before equipping them in combat. I always love when games do that and show a little video on the side, and low-key, this should be a standard for any character action style combat system. And yeah, this is clearly just a segue so I can discuss the Neo The World Ends With You's gameplay is quite the special beast compared to, say, an action RPG like Kingdom Hearts or the Tales of franchise. If anything, it's very close to that feel of the DS original title. So how does the sequel translate such an admittedly weird system over to a 3D console platform space? And in my opinion, quite well. Pins are now tied to multiple characters in your party, since you'll always run a minimum of 3 at least. Pins, instead of being swipes, taps, and pulls, are now relegated to button commands that you can set. For example, triangle pins are used for melee, square pins are used for projectiles, and bumpers like L1 and R1 are used for charge moves, things of that nature. Each pin has a set amount of uses per combo, so try not to go too ham mashing those buttons around, because if you're not paying attention, they'll go right on the charging block mid-fight. This makes every fight you get into extremely tactical. You really gotta observe the battlefield and make sure you fight noise accordingly, and make sure you don't just rush in there and blow away all your pins, as they're gonna be left charging, and you'll be left rolling around with one of the worst dodge mechanics I've ever used in a JRPG, although we can assume it was designed like that on purpose. So now that we know how Neo's combat works and what not to do in it, let's look into why it feels so good. A battle goes pretty much as follows. You lock onto an enemy, hit them with either your melee or ranged attacks, and once you do enough damage, you'll send them into a stun, which you can drop the beat on them. Hit an enemy again in the blue or orange range to build your groove meter. The groove meter, once at 100% capacity, will spark a huge damaging move. These could be electric cages that lock down enemies, it could be a giant meteor summon. There's tons of different combinations depending on what elemental pins you're using during that beat drop. There's also a ton more attack options than the one I just mentioned, dragging cars into homies, placing bombs, and even a built-in parry pin. Tons of cool combinations that make every fight feel unique. Another thing that I loved about it was how it never really feels like the pins are unbalanced. Every pin has its place, which I appreciate a ton, and they lead themselves into very unique combo opportunities, and it opens the door for rush down and offensive fights or really defensive projectile / party heal plays. It's honestly one of my favorite Square Enix combat systems, very reminiscent of, say, a weird PS2 game I'd stumble across in the bargain bin that's got hidden gem written all over it. My personal favorite set of attacks, love a combination of melee and projectiles, usually projectiles with an ice combo so I can freeze enemies in place, and a charge move like a shotgun blast or a rapid fire laser that sets up for a ton of lockdown combos with free shots, then hitting them with a groove meter and a melee combo, launching them into the sky, and building groove until I'm ready to unleash it and wipe enemies out in one fell swoop. Combat just does a really good job of expressing player freedom, and the game goes even further with that, as seen with the customization options on display. It offers a ton of upgrades that let you rock multiple pins at once, uber pins which are super powerful, and with the game's story, you gain more pin actions you can use in a fight through the addition of party members and other special abilities you can unlock by completing the social network. Oh, and if that's not enough for you, you can even evolve pins that you're using frequently to make them even better than they were previously. Combat is just ultra satisfying to play throughout the entire game. Combos are punchy, the sound effects and battle callouts sound great, and even though the voices may stumble over each other from time to time, it never gets annoying or grates on my nerves. As for fighting enemies in game, they're all really fun times too. The squishy enemies like your birds, frogs, and jellyfish are just DPS checks in all honesty. They are easy to take on, it's just showing off how crazy powerful you've gotten over the course of the game. However, when we get to those threats, the bears, sharks, elephants, scorpions, and a ton of other secret ones that pop up deep into the game. These guys all have similar issues when it comes to tackling them. They hit like a truck, they can tank hits and avoid getting beat dropped due to that super armor, and lastly, they got those huge old health bars that you gotta deplete. It's really fun changing up your strategy and looking through the Noisepedia to see what pins you have to bring into a fight to exploit a bigger guy's weakness. This brings me to the last point of the gameplay, which is, as you know with any JRPG, the dreaded grind. It's completely optional in true The World Ends With You fashion. The only way to initiate fights to grind are through opening up the thoughts menu, seeking out noise and battling them to level up your pins or evolve them into more powerful attacks, or if you want to for upgrade reasons, you could just leave them as B. Now, it's all standard grindy JRPG stuff, just wrapped up in a really fun combat system and again, completely optional. Now, yes, you still will have to do some things according to story or plot reasons, but if that's not your thing and say you don't like fighting a lot in JRPGs, you're just there for the plot, there is a difficulty slider that goes a long way in making the game a lot more easy and accessible for players of that nature. You can put it on easy, but the only penalty you'll encounter is a lower drop rate, which if you're playing it on an easier difficulty anyways, shouldn't be that much of a hindrance, as you should be able to get by with the pins you'll find in stores, and of course the enemies will drop them every once in a while. It's again not that big of a deal. That being said, the bulk of overworld exploration and main story progression is done through social interaction, puzzles about the Shibuya environment, and dressing up in some sick swag to progress the plot. The game and presentation work hand in hand to form a memorable experience that blends together really fun character action combat set pieces, as well as riddles and other puzzles that involve memorizing the Shibuya layout. Neo: The World Ends With You is everything I could have asked for in a JRPG, let alone in a sequel. Super compelling combat that's optional, but I find myself picking fights just to experiment new pin combinations and see what flavor of weapons fit me. I really love exploring Shibuya, and the puzzles along with the gameplay elements they give you to figure out said puzzles are what makes the world super satisfying to explore. And lastly, the characters and the writing in general is all really 10 out of 10 stuff. They truly feel like teenagers and young adults making the best of what should be an extremely depressing situation, or at least alarming, but I love how each character constantly bounces ideals off each other, and some ideals get challenged, some need to be fixed, and it's never made to belittle or make fun of characters, except for a few comedic purposes. But however, it's handled in friendly manners that just, I don't know, puts a huge old grin on my face seeing these characters interact and be wholesome with each other. My personal favorite was Fred. He stole the show for me in terms of what you would consider side characters. His personality and how he works off each character in the cast really hit different, and he's a standout funny guy who deserves the entire world. Rindo is also a superb protag, trying to do everything in his power to get his life back to normal, but also learning he's got to step up and take responsibility for things. It's a really fun arc to explore. The whole cast is something truly special to me, and the plot in the center, despite being a bit of a corny ride, it just really worked out for me. So if you couldn't already tell, Neo: The World Ends With You is one of my all-time favorite JRPGs, definitely up there with the greats. Not only is its combat ecstatic and a ton of fun to pull off combos and strings, it's also a great storyline and, in my opinion, does a lot to surpass the original in terms of how it presents itself in presentation and things like that. Does this mean that it's better than the original or anything like that? No. They're both great in their own merits, and they both definitely deserve to be played. It's just that I really liked what they did with Neo: The World Ends With You, especially after taking such a long gap in between sequels or making content in general for the game. So yeah, it's a really standout time. I absolutely implore that you guys check out Neo: The World Ends With You if anything I talked about or shown seemed interesting. Otherwise, as for now, I couldn't show you guys too much clearly in the gameplay section as it has a ton of visual spoilers, so we are going to have to, unfortunately for the story analysis section, delve into spoiler territory. This is for my people that have either finished the game or have already watched playthroughs or whatnot or live streams, so keep that in the back of your head as we move to this next section. Timestamps are already down below and on screen and etc. if you want to skip to the end of the video and not have to deal with that and get to the full outro. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're leaving here, I wish you all the best, and for the rest of you, let's delve straight into the meat of the video and talk about my favorite beats from the story. You could tell this game is really about loss and tragedy and overcoming that with the power of friendship. And it sounds corny, but as a mental illness thing, I think it works out quite well. Having the game be so wholesome in terms of its support group, and even characters that bicker a lot like Nagi and Fred finally get together, especially towards the middle and end of the game, to talk things out and be more up forth with each other, is why I love The World Ends With You's writing so much. These characters are definitely going through a lot of heavy themes and subjects, but they're talking it out, being very polite about things, and never getting into arguments no matter how dire the situation gets. It's truly the most wholesome thing I've seen. They don't have time to get upset with each other and argue and start bickering and fighting. Instead, they just talk things out like honestly teens would, and it's kind of wholesome. Like, there's still a teen vernacular and a little bit of slyness and snark to it, but you could tell they're all good friends just trying to get through the hardest of a situation. And that's what makes the overcoming loss aspect of this game so darn good, because characters are willing to sit there and listen to the struggles, sit there and talk things out, throw their own advice in there on why you should move past some of the struggles. You could tell they really went in on letting the team just be a big support system for each character, and it's never more prevalent than Fret and Nagi finally understanding where they are coming from when he really breaks down and talks about what he went through in the RG with his friend's suicide. Everyone in the game comes together to help him out, and it's also like that when Reno talks about Moitoi or Shoka talking about her Reapers. Like, yeah, we had boss fights with these characters, but they still don't clown them and make fun of them. They still sit down and talk about it with Shoka and are like, hey, you know, what's going on? If you don't want to do this, we can take them on for you, but you could sit the fight out and stuff like that. The amount of really wholesome ways they handle these things just brings the biggest grin to my face, and that's why I love the character dynamics and interactions so much in Neo The World Ends With You. It's about overcoming loss and overcoming the struggles of depression and things like that, but knowing you can't fight that fight alone, and if you have the opportunity or the support system to, you gotta talk with some people and get it all out your system. And that right there is some peak 10 out of 10 writing for me personally. Returnal is truly a one-of-a-kind game, utilizing the roguelike genre to create an engaging third-person bullet hell shooter akin to something you'd see in a Toho title or Nier, wrapped up in an incredible, slow-paced PT-style psychological thriller with many moments that left my jaw on the floor, set up for a game that I am not going to be forgetting for years to come.
My name's Young Falcon, and I'll be your guide through this depressing alien hellscape that is Returnal.
The astronaut that you just saw crash land is named Celine. Her objective? Find who's behind the White Shadow broadcast. The planet we land on, Atropos, is a haunting place to be in. This uneasy force seeps its way into Celine's psyche, and retroactively us as a player, it is a disturbing place to be in. Doubly so since we're introduced out the gate to local wildlife that wants to see your head on a pike. A door opens and reveals the corpse of a failed Astra scout and...
Atropos. I have found a deceased Astra scout here. Checking identification on a helmet.
It's us. The loop has been ongoing and we seem to be the only version of ourselves who's in the know. We are now tasked with exploring this crazy, twisting world and discovering the secrets of not only an alien planet, but also a look into ourselves. The game off the bat is extremely punishing. Dare I say Dark Souls levels of hard at certain parts. You will often find yourself dying over and 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 over.
I don't remember doing this.
Scout log, 001. I seem to be jailed in the loop. I can't put the game down. I don't understand why this is happening. Nevertheless, I need to finish this review. Firstly, the presentation.
The planet we crash land on, Atropos, is gorgeous. It oozes style and history around every corner. There's plenty of historical glyphs, holograms, and tablets, all telling the story of a trio of unknown alien races. The overgrown ruins is dense with live, overgrown fauna, both beautiful and extremely dangerous at the same time. I love the night environment with the constant rain overhead, as it makes for peaceful moments to look forward to after a hard-fought battle. What helps out even more so is the DualSense controller coupled with impeccable 3D audio. Hearing the rain roll off from tree branches into puddles, or rocks crumbling next to you through the dilapidated ruins, or the crumble of statues and slashing of overgrown weeds during combat, all makes for a very immersive experience, especially coupled with the DualSense's haptic feedback. And then you have the weapons. Gosh, the weapons sound so good. Punchy sound effects slamming against the creepy wildlife, or the hard, cold metallic exteriors of various drones and turrets you take on, all set up for something that is truly a blessing to the ears. The slow buildup of all the audio working together in harmony with thanks to the controller speaker is really something I never thought I'd come to appreciate in a game like this. When you're out of ammo and the overcharge comes on and you hit that perfect button and it makes that noise, it is something ecstatic, really electrifying stuff. This sense of weight definitely lifts off your shoulders. You clear that hard room, you take a deep breath and enjoy the hauntingly beautiful world that you've crash landed on. Before I gush about the gameplay, I feel like that's all you guys need to know about the presentation of Returnal. Just know that it is some gorgeous stuff, and this art direction carries the game immensely. Yes, I do have a couple of gripes here and there with it, as the frame rate isn't the rock solid 60 FPS I would like, as it experiences a handful of dips during the busier sections, but it's nothing that's too punishing or annoying, and it usually jumps right back up to 60 like nothing ever happened, so nothing to really criticize here, just something of note. Other than that, it is a standout title graphically, and I think its art style and presentation truly elevates the game that extra step.
Yeah, I hear ya. Guess I am getting a bit hungry. I almost forgot to talk about the
Gameplay is an elegant ballet dance between you and a hellstorm of bullets. The Xenos take many forms and shapes, from dangerous beasts who stalk and fire blue projectiles at you, only to close the gap and dash in close with vicious fangs, along with squid-like creatures that charge at you with full force from behind usually, or fire annoying laser beams that you gotta dodge, hulking berserker types who ground pound sending shockwaves across the arena, and some other baddies just like watching the world freeze over, inflicting you with a cryo status that slows you down, or literally rooting you with their greenery. The list is seemingly endless with the amount of enemy types and dangerous areas you encounter, and of course the difficulty for each run varies wildly depending on what spawns throughout your run. Moving around the arena is also a blast, especially coupled with the grappling hook's mobility. It sets up for some insane high-flying action, and with the right dash upgrades, it makes every room an encounter I was looking forward to taking on. Of course, what's great movement without strong gunplay, and thankfully, there is tons of really interesting weapon designs in Returnal. There's a lot of Insomniac influence when it comes to how the weapons ramp up in their craziness. You start out with your standard pistol and eventually make our way forward to guns that shoot corrosive acid which whittle down your opponent, a rapid laser machine gun that punctures through enemies and ricochets off foes and walls, forming a huge chain attack among a myriad of other perks you can get with the weapon. My personal favorite is the Hollow Seeker, a rapid laser gun that corrodes opponents over time, and well, combined with being able to open a portal laser or turret that dishes out insane amounts of DPS. Every gun in this game is extremely creative in my opinion, and what encourages players to pick up and try new weapons is the proficiency levels and adrenaline systems. The more kills you get with weapons, the more items you find throughout runs, and this increases your weapon proficiency, which in turn grants each weapon additional attachments and perks. Perks on each gun aren't just shiny things you get to pick up and mess around with and see if you like. No, you have to earn them. It's a really smart system that encourages players to step outside of their comfort zone and give all the new guns a fair shake. Along with normal weapons, there's also alt-fire options for each. These range from tracker shots, grenade blasts, proximity mines. I think you guys kind of get where I'm going with this. You can mix and match these with any of the normal weapons, and it's a blast figuring out which one works for your playstyle. And speaking of playstyles, make sure you keep everything in check and your senses on high alert as you dodge and dart through each arena without getting hit, as this will rack up points towards your adrenaline system. The system works in 5 different levels. The first enhances your damage on a successful overheat, the second essentially gives you wall hacks, the third increased melee damage, the fourth, which is a boost to your proficiency rate for each weapon in hand, and the fifth is a 50% boost on how many oblets you collect, aka the currency you need to grab items in shops. Furthermore, we have consumables and artifacts. These are vital to your arsenal, letting you turn the tides of runs at a moment's notice. Disabling turrets, leeching health from baddies, and using health kits on yourself to heal up are all efficient and go a long way in making those runs a little more successful than they otherwise wouldn't be. You'll often find these consumables in shops and chests, pretty much everywhere throughout the map. This goes doubly so for paid upgrades and artifacts. Artifacts are perks made for Celine that help her out in combat. They usually are on the tame side as they increase protection within the suit to, shield a random hit, repair proficiency which lets you heal more than average with health items, and more interesting ones like an astronaut figure that protects you from a killing blow. Say you're not looking for any of that stuff and you want to increase that health bar? Well, make sure you creep around and find some resin, as that is what increases your max integrity. Maybe you're looking for something a bit more risky for each run. You want big bonuses but don't mind taking a hard negative. Well, let me introduce you to the parasites. They range from simple things like longer time obelisks will stay out by 0.5 or 2 seconds, but in turn you'll have a longer dash cooldown, or something as extreme as every bit of health you gain is from oblates collected. However, you no longer can pick up items to gain your health back. There's a ton of creative combinations out there, and it constantly makes every run the definition of taking the good with the bad if you are playing it correctly. There are so many other gameplay mechanics out there. There's the underwater boots that unlock an entire new biome, the laser blade that lets you cut down overgrown vines, etc, etc. I mean, you get the gist. The list is absolutely massive in terms of the things and items you get to mess around with to make each run personalized for you. Returnal, as you could probably tell, is a punishing world. Make sure you scavenge every room for every chest, weapon, and of course health upgrades that, may or may not be infected with some weird purple malignant goop that can disable certain suit functions. Yup, gotta introduce the malfunctions. They're truly the bane of every Returnal player's run. If you play the 50-50 and pick up a malignant item or get hit by a special projectile, boom, your suit is now malfunctioning. You have to work through who knows how many steps to repair it. Kill 20 enemies to get your health back to its normal level. If you jump, your weapon damage is cut by 75% unless you open crates. Sometimes you can't pick up items without being damaged. There's so many annoying things, and I really love it. There are ways to circumvent grabbing malignant items without taking the brunt of those malfunctions, and you have to carry around ether to cleanse them, and you can pick them up without any punishments or drawbacks. Returnal truly has all of the makings of a classic roguelike, from oblets that give you currency to purchase all the items that help you in a singular run, to the aforementioned parasites that give you that good with the bad, and of course the insane difficulty spikes out of nowhere and the death that you get because you couldn't find a certain item you needed to make a run. Yeah, all a 10 out of 10 roguelike from me. There's tons of other things in this game, and what I touched on was just surface level stuff, but the game is truly something else. Sadly, however, it isn't all sunshine and rainbows with the gameplay. Firstly, I have to be honest, I don't feel like this game was really built with controller in mind. Yes, the aim assist is helpful, but it doesn't really help the bullet hell nature of instilled in every part of this game. It's just a tad too much for me to personally handle on a controller when I'm so used to mouse and keyboard. Definitely a personal gripe, but something I thought I would note for my mouse and keyboard players that are interested with the title. And on my final note of negatives, I really wish Returnal respected the player's time a bit more. I understand the devs are working on things, so I'm not going to lay into them too hard, but I do wish there was a couple of things that they would tweak. For example, saving before each new biome you enter would be a nice change of pace, maybe similar to a game like Dead Cells, as this game asks a lot of your time, as runs can take upwards to 2 to 3 plus hours. However, games like Hades and Gunfire Reborn are usually around 30 to 40 minutes, or usually an hour max when it comes to those types of runs. But Returnal, they ask a lot of it, and there's no saves or anything you can do to circumvent this. Yes, you could technically put the game in rest mode, but that causes a bunch of performance issues, which was my other complaint because I had to take so many breaks, that it made the game's overall frame rate just dip constantly if you leave your game in rest mode. And of course, the unfortunate thing that happened with people losing where they were at in certain points because the game updated in the background. There's a lot of stuff here that just needs to be circumvented for ease of use for players like myself, and I would actually love to see some of those accessible changes so more people can enjoy the product.
Whew. This game can get downright brutal at points, and I suggest that all of you guys take breaks. One second.
Scout log 002. I'm aware of the review. It's going pretty much as planned, but I can't seem to upload it, let alone finish the thing.
What's going
It's
on?
almost as if no one wants to see this come to fruition.
Darn it. Those... Gosh.
The bosses, man, they are so punishing. They throw absolutely everything at you. The melee attacks, swarms upon swarms upon swarms of bullets, teleportation. I've even seen them rip the floor underneath your very feet. There's so much more that I dare not spoil for the audience, but dare I say these are some of the most challenging and fun bosses I've had in a roguelike since Risk of Rain 2.
I just want to finish the upload. Come on. Come on, man. Just let me finish the upload.
A warning for viewers who haven't played the game yet, there will be some story spoilers ahead. My final scout log entry will consist of my analysis on the plot of Returnal. For those who have played the game, you'll know exactly why a story like this truly will only work in the genre of gaming roguelikes. Throughout the journey, we see Celine freak out over seeing multiple versions of her dead bodies, her scout logs left throughout the game, and seeing her mental state deteriorate further and further as you get deeper in your runs. You'll keep seeing allusions to her life on Earth upon every death she receives, always revealing something much more sinister that took place before her expedition to Atropos. Eventually, after playing through the first act and fighting one of the coolest bosses of all time, by the way, Celine finds the signal broadcast and stops it once and for all. This allows her to be rescued from the planet Atropos, where she seemingly lives out the rest of her life on Earth and dies of old age, putting the struggles of the foreign planet long behind her. Only that's not the case. She doesn't die peacefully. She wakes right back up on the planet that started it all, and we jumped a good 50 plus years into the future. Celine is very confused about what's going on, visibly upset, and her mental state is further deteriorating as you find further scout logs. And as the player, so am I. All that grinding, hard work, and all the rewards that I thought I was going to gain from completing the first act are completely wiped away, and all I feel is just more pain to go through. Before I move on to some of the story stuff that really interests me, we have to talk about the insane house sequences. They're these unsettling PT style sections that reveal more about Celine's past. The first act has very little significance to the overall plot up until the very final act, which is Act 3, so I'll briefly go over them and come back to them when the time is right. Firstly, we learn about Celine's weird phobia with the white astronaut that stalks her house. In the second visit, we learned something quite important, that being the very Astra program we are working for eventually ended up rejecting her from ever joining their team, which adds a whole new layer of what the heck is going on to the plot. She also comments on a stuffed animal named Octo that she remembers from her youth. Theoretically speaking, we don't quite know yet. However, upon visiting a future house visit, you see us play as a younger version of what seems to be Celine, as she's putting down a PS5 controller. As you guess, take control of her younger self. You walk around the house and of course find Octo and learn more about her weird phobia with the astronaut, as it seems to take her in a, hugging embrace and shoots the black tentacles that pull her down in the eventual Returnal loop. I know this sounds extremely confusing, and I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not gonna get any simpler from here on out as you further fight your way through hordes and hordes of alien monsters, discover some lore stuff with different bosses you encounter and things of that nature, and eventually lead up to the climactic finish, which is this underwater labyrinth you traverse through, building your way up to the Orphean boss, taking it on, and landing to see a white sedan parked outside of your end game's location. And as you finish this seemingly final boss, you're greeted with one of the saddest cutscenes I think I've ever seen in a game. This is usually where I would put the game down and say, well, I beat it, I got the trophy and everything, but Returnal has one more secret underneath its belt. That's right, one final Act 3 we have to go through. We have to gather parts of a sunstone, a reoccurring plaque that's seen in the family house. Once we've gained this final piece of information, a car key, we work our way to the tail end of the game once again and learn a couple of different hints about Celine's personal life. We learn of her mother, who is wheelchair bound by some horrific accident and is severely angry and depressed throughout a large chunk of Celine's life. We even learn of her mother's state at the final cutscene, which is what we were building up to when you put the car keys in the weird SUV sedan thing, and learn that this whole time Thea's this weird xeno alien creature that seems to be pregnant with something, and Celine says she no longer needs her or whatever and pushes her away, and the game just kind of ends with her turning into the astronaut and then getting hit by the car, which causes the accident and begins the loop. So you're telling me I went through all of this work, all of this codex entries and xenoglyphs I was collecting, and you get the gist, only to be greeted with a cutscene ending that makes somehow even less sense than the second one that I got for Act 2? Let's discuss. Returnal is truly a confusing game, and I'm sorry if I thought I was leading you on with giving you the answers, when in reality I'm just building up for more questions, because that's what Returnal has basically poised to me after rolling its end credits for the third and seemingly final time. It is truly a roguelike masterpiece because every single part of this game and how it was built, the randomly generated rooms and items, and the way your runs can greatly vary with what collectibles you find, and everyone's unique run being different depending on what they find in a scout log or what xenoglyphs they uncover and things of that nature. It is truly a unique version of the game depending on who you're talking to and what you're playing and what they discover, that no one's run and discussion will ever be the same as someone else's, and I find that to be a powerful thing that only video games can truly pull off. As for Returnal's storyline, I really think it's up to the player to decipher what you make of it, and I think that's a really beautiful thing. Maybe it's an allegory of how Greek mythology perceives human mortality, thanks to the lives of the Severed and other xenospecies they've led and the notes and breadcrumbs they left throughout the game. That's kind of the conclusion some players have come up to. Or maybe it's quite literally just about Celine. There's so many different interpretations of how this game can be. The first of which, and most popular when it comes to Celine, is the game is an allegory of generational trauma in the family. It basically goes as followed. Thea, aka Selena's mother, was always cold and distant towards Celine's aspirations of becoming an astronaut, thus the reoccurring imagery. Now, it's not just known if this is because the mother's just cold and distant towards the child in general, or if it's because of something a little more darker, that she was in this car crash, was wheelchair and essentially hospitalized and shut out of the astronaut life that she wanted to lead, and so in a way Celine wanted to carry that torch and the mom was doing everything to keep her down, which unfortunately just didn't work out, and now Celine struggling with the implications of finally reaching those goals and trying to get away from her traumatic household and things that affected her through her youth, aka the location name being Helios, which is why we keep seeing it being brought up throughout the entire game. Abandoning Helios, leaving Helios to die, etc, etc. Could just be one giant allegory for her mother. Another popular theory is that the entire plot of Returnal takes place in Celine's head, possibly right before the car crash happens or during the hospitalization of said car crash. Basically, the reason being for this is the various medication and stuff of that nature found throughout the house, the constant rejection emails and messages she gets through various points of the games coming straight from Astra, and it basically being one giant world Celine created to deal with her own mental trauma that she's endured, not only through the course of her life as a youngin, but also during the events of the car crash and things of that nature. This would explain all those rapid flashing death sequences we see of Thea, who we're guessing is the one getting lowered into the casket and gravestone, and Celine seeing this moment and trying to comprehend everything going on and escaping back into the world of sorting through her personal trauma with, well, the game we played through, Returnal. It also would once again explain the abandonment of Helios, as it would seem that was her innocence or youth being left behind in that car crash and her having to essentially become an adult, call an ambulance and get everything sorted with her mother, and well, we all know the after effects of that as she is wheelchair bound and hospitalized due to the horrific crash.
What I'm trying to get at is there are so many different ways to interpret Returnal's storyline, and that's why I appreciate the game so much as not just an excellent roguelike, but as a storytelling art form.
If Returnal to you is just one giant kill all the bad aliens and get off the planet, that's okay. If it's a deep allegory for the cycle of generational trauma, that's fine as well. If you see it as a woman in space and bagging her problems with life while fighting hordes of awful aliens, well, that's also a-okay as well. The list goes on and on with the myriad of interpretations we have on the plot, and I think that's a really beautiful thing that only the roguelike genre of gaming can accomplish, and I think it's executed, like I said earlier, absolutely wonderfully. As for my personal interpretation of the plot, I think it goes as followed for me personally. Yes, all the events happen in the first act of the game. This is all genuine, true things that went down. She went to an alien planet, crash landed there, some awful things happened, and it was very mind warping and bending as she tries to work through some of her trauma back on Earth. As for the second act, I think that is all in her head. The way that she's getting Astra letters that she doesn't recognize organized being given to her, the way that she's combining all of these events with what happened on the alien planet, with what's happening in her real life, with the sedan and the car crash, and, you know, her mother being wheelchair bound or stuff, for saying that she's forgotten about that, and, you know, things of that nature. I think all the second act stuff is just up in her head and her trying to sort through everything that's going on, unfortunately, and the first act is genuinely her on an alien planet trying to get off of it, and the white shadow and things like that are just something to set up for the breadcrumbs of what's eventually going to come as she unbags more of her trauma in Act 2.
I just can't bring myself to do it. What if the video's too long? What if it underperforms? I mean, what if no one gets to see what I worked on? Forget it. Enough self-loathing. The only way people can see my art is if I put myself out there, right?
Through my pursuit of content creation, I forgot the most important part of it all. Clouded by the fame, making money, the work, the hard work. None of that mattered. What mattered the whole time was having that smile and having fun working on these projects. Being glad that I even made it this far and, well, learning to be content with that. And honestly, that's all anyone could ask for.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. How have you been? Hope everything's been treating you well as we enter the holiday season. And for my new guys, hey, my name's Young Falcon and thanks for clicking on this video. Today we're going to be discussing video game OSTs, video game music, things of that nature. Yeah, you guys all know the feeling. Nothing quite hits as hard as the final boss theme, crescendoing in the background as you land those last couple of blows. Maybe you get the final hit, everything kind of mellows out and the credits roll, or everything stops and a phase 2 starts as it hits you with a bombastic opening. Stuff like that always gets the blood pumping for me personally. I love when game OSTs and stuff do that, and that's what this challenge is really about. We're taking the 30-day video game music challenge where we're going to pick from a bunch of categories, whether it be like 16-bit music, 8-bit music, fighting game music, whatever, and just give you guys some of my personal favorite tracks. Please feel free to comment down below any of the tracks that you enjoy personally with links and all that, or make a video of your own. I think that would be really cool to see what everyone's kind of saying, because it's been a lot of it on Twitter and there's been a lot of it even on YouTube itself, but I want to throw my hat into the ring because I think this is a really fun topic to discuss. Oh, and on top of that, since we are in October, I figured I might as well have a little bit of fun with it and throw in a 31st day just for, you know, fun and, you know, length. It's a nice little thing. So without further ado, let's get straight into the challenge and start with day 1. All right, so for day 1, we have to choose like an opening sequence or a title screen segment. So I think I'm going to go with this one. Here's another one. Yeah, there's something about P4D's intro that just hits all the right notes for me, no pun intended. I love how bouncy it is in terms of the song. I really like the animation on display, and I like a little bits of story that it gives you to kind of show you that it's going to be a little deeper than you think, even if it's just a rhythm minigame spin-off kind of thing. I just really enjoyed it, and it's one of my all-time favorite intros in any game, and it's such a great song that lives rent-free in my head. So for day 2, we have to choose opening level music, and I mean, it's too easy. Just roll it. Just roll it. I mean, the way it just throws you in the game, no questions asked, and it matches the music. You already know what you have to do. You sprint, you shoot, you jump, you do all the Mega Man things. It's just a little bit faster, more responsive, a little nicer looking, and it's pure adrenaline fuel for me. It's one of the best intro stages I've played, and one of the best songs in Mega Man X across all the games for free. I love Central Highway.
All right, so day 3 is 8-bit music, and it can really mean anything. I don't know if they mean just a track or if they mean a bunch of songs in general. So since I'm going to assume it's an album of sorts, I'm going to give it to... That's right, Mega Man 2 has to get this. You know Capcom was in the studio jamming out, working on such bangers like Dr. Wily's theme, Flashman and Metal Man, one of my personal faves, and of course, I think like the most iconic stage theme for NES Mega Man, Airman's theme. Stuff like that is super good, and this to me like solidified Capcom knowing that their music was going to be stellar, one of their cornerstones when it comes to making a banger title. And you see them get better and better with their sound and music throughout the NES era, and then of course into SNES and forward. So this to me really does a lot in terms of the video game music like history for Capcom, and it's just a great OST overall. Don't think we can go wrong with MM2. Day 4, music from a console exclusive series. Okay, this one's going to be a little tough because things do be branching out and all that, so we're going to have to stick with Nintendo. However, this does give me an excuse to talk about a franchise that's been dead for almost a decade now. Let's just roll it. Yeah, Kid Icarus Uprising has an incredible OST, and one of my all-time favorite themes is Dark Pit's theme / Magnus's theme. We could kind of either or that, if you will. There is a lot of stuff that goes into why this OST is so great. I really like how comfy the home theme is too before you go into battle, and all the various mood changes and switch-ups they do for instruments and the boss themes. Everything really works for Kid Icarus Uprising. One of the most slept on Nintendo soundtracks IMO, and definitely one of the most blessed OSTs I've ever heard. No pun intended. All right, day 5, hub world or overworld kind of music, and wow, I just looking back at some of the songs I went through, it's crazy how far we've come in gaming over the last like couple of years. You know, we used to need hubs to store levels and all that, and now you fast travel everywhere, right? So it was a little hard to find a song. I had to dig into the memory banks, but I think I have just the track. Yeah, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger 2, this theme really gives me vivid memories, you know, just failing those simple jumps over and over again because I was younger and I didn't really know what to do, throwing boomerangs at the townspeople and they make their little voice line clips, you know, all that jazz, going to the shop theme and buying new rings and things. Like, it's just so comfy, and it really feels like you're just this Tasmanian tiger helping out your town. It really makes you feel at home. Day 6, music that makes me feel relaxed. Anyone else like beach themes? There's something great about Bubbling from Mario Odyssey. I really like how the music and the melody is just soothing to a T. It's very relaxing. You're just there to vibe, bro. You know, take it in, take in the beach. And on top of that, the moons you collect and the way you get them definitely reflect that, as platforming never is too difficult. You have a squid that kind of carries you throughout everything, and you just get to play volleyball with some bros and just have a good old time. It's a very chill out place. And then on top of that, the music decides to switch up on you a little bit when you go underwater and give you a slightly more even like spacey kind of sci-fi feel, right? It's very relaxing and I love it a ton. Definitely a track I turn on to relax to. All right, day 7, music from an indie game, and once again, just like before, it's going to be one track, but I recommend you listen to the whole album. And also, I'm so happy to get to gush more about one of my favorite platformers. Katana Zero. Yes, the Chinatown OST is specifically chosen here for the track, but the whole album is incredible stuff. It's got some chill, kind of haunting, atmospheric stuff, very reminiscent of like a Silent Hill / Resident Evil save room kind of thing. But when you get into actual combat, it turns into a full-blown EDM rave with a bunch of cyberpunk synths and dubstep things going on, and it feels absolutely incredible, slicing and dicing throughout combat. One of my all-time favorite OSTs to just turn on and listen to, and this track in particular, the Chinatown one, really standout stuff. All right, day 8, music from an FPS. Man, you guys already know what it is. Let's rip and tear. I don't even have to say anything. Pure adrenaline, pure hype. I feel like an unstoppable force of destruction anytime I get going. It's good old Mick Gordon on the track. You can't go wrong. All right, day 9, music from a licensed game. Now, it's going to be a bit tricky because I don't want to get DMCA'd. However, I'm going to take that risk and talk about my girl, Hatsune Miku. Alright, so Ohito Julia Night is just one of my all-time favorite tracks in the Project Diva verse, or whatever you want to call it. It is so bouncy, its music video was a ton of fun. I like Kaiko rapping a little bit here and there, which is just great. Miku comes in with the top tier singing, and it's got some fun little like hap beats and trap stuff in the middle throughout. It just feels like a big celebration of whatever the heck is happening in this song. One of my all-time favorite Diva tracks, and I really recommend you guys give this one a listen. Day 10, JRPG battle music. Now, this is going to be a really difficult one for me because literally most of my completed games are JRPGs, so I have a lot to choose from. However, I'm going to go with the Certified Hood Classic. Yeah, this battle theme right here works so much for me. It's funky, it's got some jazz to it, and I love to listen to it while you grind Tartarus, and it's just nice to hear when you're on the bus ride to school. I always want to stand up and get a little bit sturdy, you know what I'm saying? It's a 10 out of 10 battle theme, one of my all-time faves that I can just loop on repeat and never get bored of.
Rectangles just like music sounds connecting Rambos. Hell now, no man can run away.
Alright, day 11 is going to be puzzle game music, and as a guy who doesn't play those many puzzle games, I once again had to delve into the memory banks and find a track, and I came with Funfair Egg Mania. Now, this is a really fun puzzle game where you have to stack Tetris-esque blocks and reach the top of an airship, and this Funfair level solidifies just how wacky of a concept this game is. You're all like anthropomorphic egg Rayman looking things. You have this very candy coated song behind it where it's all bubbly and happy and it kind of calming in a way because it smooths you out and just feels like, hey, I'm at this fun attraction. And then on top of that, all the blocks you're placing are candy based. It's very funny. It's one of my all-time fave tracks, and I think you guys would definitely get a kick out of listening to it. So here's some more. Day 12, music that makes me feel sad. It's got to be this track. Sadly, no pun intended, I don't really have words for this segment. The song does it for me. It's a haunting piece that perfectly encapsulates what you go through on your journey as both Ellie and Abby throughout The Last of Us Part 2. It's a collision course to fight each other in the name of revenge, or in reality, something a lot deeper. I'm oversimplifying a lot because you guys should just go play the game for yourselves, but this track hits different on so many layers and definitely affected me personally. Good stuff. All right, day 13, music from a game I don't like. And man, it's going to be a bit of a hot take coming up, and I'm sorry about that, but I still genuinely think the OST is something that is really ingenious. Just here's a track. Yeah, Mori's OST is just brilliant, man. I love the banger battle themes. I liked how it's mixed in with this unsettling ambiance during these key overworld sections. And of course, it has some really awesome town themes and quirky tracks that just work for me personally. Again, the music is really awesome, and even parts of the gameplay. It's just unfortunately that the story and characters and stuff just wasn't really for me, and I ended up not really enjoying it. But hey, it's still got its, bonuses and things that I really much enjoy about it. So don't take it too personally. All right, day 14, music featuring vocals. Yeah, this song is just perfect. It captures everything great about Sega era arcade racers. My blood gets pumping, the drifts start flowing, and the music gets turned up to 11, and no one in the car can tell me otherwise. I love playing this game. It's one of my all-time favorite arcade racers, and this has one of my all-time favorite arcade racing OSTs, if not low-key my favorite Sega arcade racing OST. Truly a masterstroke in fun Japanese city pop karaoke lyrics. I don't know. All right, day 15 is boss battle music, and there's so many to choose from in terms of how great they are, but I'm gonna go with good old Platinum Games, and it has to be the way. You already know beating up a senator has never felt this satisfying. We get a dope rock track backing everything up. I'm literally screaming the lyrics as I try to hit combos and parries and rip out those nano machines, son. And I'm headbanging to the drums and those guitar shreds. I absolutely love this boss theme, man. Day 16, 16-bit music. You guys know I had to go with my boy Sonic, especially when it comes to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Now, you guys know they're all hits, no misses, just like before, but if I were to choose a specific track, it would have to go to Hydro City Zone Act 2. The music speaks for itself. It's perfection. Just let's get to the next one. Day 17, music you never get tired of. And again, I'm a little confused if it means a track or music in general. I'm gonna just go with music that I can play endlessly in terms of an album, and it goes to Marvel vs. Capcom 2, its entire OST. Specifically, the song I'm really chilling with, Factory Stage instantly comes to mind. Just any track from there, take your pick. Day 18, game over music. Now, me being the pro gamer I am, I know it's gonna be hard to find a track. I don't really see that game over noise quite a lot. However, if I had to choose one, it'd go to this. Simple, effective, and to the point. Day 19, music cover, and the one that instantly comes to mind for me was Tusco G's Airman Guy Taio Sanai, and I think this one we can all resonate with if you're a Mega Man 2 fan. This was spawned off of an internet meme in Japan, which is where this song originally came from. Like, there's already like animated and music videos and stuff about it, and it had an English cover which was done that was okay, around Newgrounds era. Then this homie Tusco G came out again with his like rock version, a little more different with his version and his own cover, and it sounds absolutely incredible. And it's a song that I unironically play in my car to this day. One of my all-time favorites. Free, definitely recommend it. Day 20, music from a racing game, and I mean, it's literally in the channel name. Come on now. F-Zero GX has to have one of the best video game racing soundtracks of all time, and you know I'm giving the track slot to Big Blue, or the F-Zero GX rendition of Big Blue. It's synthy, it's electronic, it just feels so like early 2000s, whatever you want to call it, and it fits F-Zero's kind of new direction it was going for perfectly, and I'm still holding out hope to this day for a new game. Please, Nintendo. Day 21, music I associate with frustration. This. Day 22 is town/village theme, and I'm going to give it to none other than Kingdom Hearts 2, The Lazy Afternoon. The reason why this track really works for me in particular is because it just fits exactly what the song description is. It's lazy. It feels like a chill summer day that you're just there vibing with your friends, as Roxas does, but it still has this weird sense of like melancholy, like things are going to be wrapping up soon, that there's something very fast approaching this young kid's journey that is going to come to an abrupt stop. And I think it captures that uneasy feeling perfectly, while still at the same time putting you relatively comfortable and at ease with the events of the intro of KH2. Truly an outstanding piece, and it comes back in KH3, which is great. Day 23, underrated music from an underrated game. I got you, fellas. Please, if there's anything to take away from this video, listen to Sprint Vector's OST. It is outstanding. You spend all your time in game running at top speeds, breakneck speeds, climbing in real life, you know, throwing your hands up, literally getting on the floor and sliding, grabbing power-ups and shooting them away. It's so much fun, and the OST reflects that in strides. It has a lot of EDM, has a lot of hat trips going on, a little bit of a hip-hop feel. All of it is just 10 out of 10 stuff that I can't stress enough. It's great, man. You really should listen to it, and absolutely, if you have a VR headset, please give this game a play. Day 24, a song that's stuck in my head, and I mean, I've had two off the top of my head that have been stuck there since like 2020, and the one that really comes to mind is the one that's been there since I saw its final trailer for Crying Out Loud way back in the day, and it's got to go to Yosh Final Fantasy VII Remake. The ending credits of FF7R I truly dub Cloud's like theme. It's all about him. It really encapsulates his journey of FF7R and everything like you do to get to that point, but it also shows like what he's trying to change in the future, not to get too far into like spoiler stuff. So I think there's a lot of foreshadowing in the song, which I really love. The group over at Survive Said the Prophet did a wonderful job capturing Cloud's like pain and sorrow throughout his journey, and they do just a really standout job of making me feel like, you know, I'm Cloud, right? I'm in this kind of realm. Overall, one of my favorite ending themes. It's something that I listen to on repeat. Everything just sounds right, and it's great. Whew, okay, day 25, music that gets me pumped. Bury the Light. Yeah, I mean, it was going to be a DMC5 track. We knew it had to be a Devil May Cry one, but it was like really close between Devil Trigger and Bury the Light, but Bury the Light edges out just barely because, I mean, he is really the storm that do be approaching. I don't know what to tell you, fellas. All right, day 26, music I like from a game I haven't played, and it's going to go to pretty much Furium, however you pronounce it, from Bomberman Hero. Yeah, I really haven't played the N64 Bomberman games. I really want to. I need to get around to doing that one day. But the whole OST is something I play quite often because it's very interesting. It's just so unique, and I do enjoy listening to it quite a bit. So big ups to the White Bomber. Day 27, music from a handheld game, and we're gonna head over to my favorite generation of handhelds, the DS PSP era, and I got you some Phantasy Star Portable 2 OST. Now, there isn't really anything that stands out in particular with this one. Like, all the boss themes are really epic and, you know, fun and climactic and all that, but it's just one that I come back to and enjoy quite a ton. And along with a special note to Phantasy Star Zero, that was the one I kind of grew up playing, but I've played a lot of Portable and Portable 2 as well through emulators and things over the years. So just bangers all around, especially Zero, because it like pushes the DS sound chip to its absolute limits. Day 28, music that makes me feel nostalgic. It all goes back to the first game I ever played, right down to one of the best tracks I've heard in a game. Halo Combat Evolved, Silent Cartographer's Level. All of this track is so good, just so good. The minute you hit those boots onto the beach and the crescendo hits and the grunts are screaming and the elites are throwing grenades and the Marines are hoorahing and doing all their stuff, it's such a memorable moment, and you can instantly hear all the sound effects and explosion stuff going off the minute you hear that first chord. It's really standout stuff, and I just enjoy it a lot. It definitely, you know, takes me back. Day 29, the final boss OST, and it's going to go to the best game of all time, which happens to have one of my favorite boss themes of all time, and it's none other than my boy Zanza the Divine and the God-slaying sword. Both tracks accompanying each other, the Phase 1 and the Phase 2, combined together to make this glorious masterpiece. See, what makes this track so great is it starts off as a boss theme for Zanza, right? Like, you're going against him, you're fighting him with your team and whatnot. Then it turns into a boss theme for Shulk, because he gets buffed, you know, throughout the fight as you hit Phase 2. It's insane. It's crazy how there's like there's layers to this stuff, you know what I mean? Like, it's so good. I love the final boss themes to Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Just standout stuff. Day 30, credits, music, and it's definitely going to Nier Automata's ending E credits, Weight of the World. There's something very, very special about this rendition because it's a bunch of mashups of all the credits that you've been going throughout the game, as you have to replay this game to get all the endings and stuff. So when you're playing it, you start off with this 8-bit theme, and then it goes into more of a vocal chip tune. Then it turns into a full-blown, you know, orchestral piece or whatnot, and it's just such a great time, and you're literally fighting tears as you like reach the ending part, and then it hits you with, as you all know, the big message, and it's just a really good send-off to the game and a send-off for yourself too. It's one of those games that I actually have a really hard time coming back to replay because of how it wraps up. It's just so impactful to me. And just like I said, since it's October, we're going to choose a 31st song, and it's going to go to Fighting Game OST, and that's easily Milia's theme, Subhuman Self from Guilty Gear Strive. I mean, any track from Guilty Gear Strive could have been chosen free, right? Hellfire is another one that instantly comes to mind. I love Leo's theme so much. And, of course, Trigger, you know, Giovanna, my girl, you know, of course. But personally, Milia's theme is just so good, dude. Love Your Subhuman Self is truly a top tier, like 10 out of 10. It's so awesome to listen to. Love every bit of it. That was one wild roller coaster, and I can't quite tell if I'm glad it's over or upset that it didn't keep going. Resident Evil 8 is coming hot off the success of the first-person Resident Evil game. No, we're not talking about you. Resident Evil 7 was honestly great. I loved everything with the Bakers, the level design. However, I loathe the tanker segment, and the pacing dragged very hard towards the end. But besides that, it is a standout Resident Evil title and also one of the best VR games to ever exist. And I'm glad to report that not only is Resident Evil 8 an incredible Resident Evil game, it also surpasses many of its predecessors, and in my opinion is my all-time favorite Resident Evil and survival horror game. So I guess I should delve into that, huh?
Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man-flesh quickly, Mother. I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda.
Since the game is fairly new, I'll briefly gloss over the story and delve into further events that I really enjoyed towards the end of the video so you guys can avoid spoilers, but for now, here's a quick synopsis. Resident Evil 8 is set 3 years after Resident Evil 7. Still struggling with the effects of the Louisiana events, Ethan and Mia have relocated somewhere deep in what seems to be Europe with the help of Chris Redfield. They have a daughter named Rose and things are just peachy. Yeah, about that. So Mia gets murked, Ethan and Rose are taken away by Chris and company, need to be relocated before a grave threat takes over Ethan's life, once again similar to the Louisiana event. Sadly, as you can tell, since it's a Resident Evil title, we still have about 7 hours of gameplay to get through. Everything goes to heck. The convoy's flipped over, troops are getting killed, Rose is taken, and it's up for Ethan to work his way through a snowy forest, strap up with a trusty pistol, and get to work to find his family and save what's left. The story was really my second favorite so far in the RE timeline, right behind Resident Evil 2 Remake for me personally. The characters, boss interactions, and plot twists constantly had me flipping between moments of pure terror and sadness and making me laugh out loud with Ethan's constant narration. The writing was truly top notch.
I'd do anything. I'll just be taking this. Wait. What are you doing with Mother's special child?
Capcom, just miss for once in your life when it comes to the video game's presentation. You guys should know the deal by now, but if you don't, allow me to fill you in. The Resident Evil engine is absolutely incredible. I love the way all the snow moves with your character as you make your way through the frosty mountaintops. I also absolutely adore the decrepit architecture. The village is subtle in its haunting atmosphere as you can truly feel death and despair around every building you enter, with plenty of scattered last minute notes and various items and things left about from townspeople that are long gone. I absolutely adore Lady Dimitrescu's castle. It was incredibly fun to explore, plenty of environmental puzzles, nooks and crannies, and a load of other stuff to check out, and it was just a blast to experience. The dollhouse was a segment that is better left discovered on your own, and I dare not spoil. However, for those that have played the game, you know exactly how impactful this claustrophobic section is. And of course, my personal favorite, the haunted steel factory that instantly reminded me of Resident Evil 4 when you visit the lab. Just kick back and enjoy some of this wonderful atmosphere.
Caught myself a big one.
Need to get out of here!
The whole game's art style and graphical fidelity is just splendid. My only gripe was the PC version seemed to run into a handful of strange stuttering issues for some reason on my 2060 build. Even when I tried messing with some settings to turn everything down, I ultimately just gave up and chalked it up to day one jitters. And as an editor's note, the stuttering on my PC stopped after I installed some new drivers, moved the game to my SSD, and stopped recording with OBS and used NVIDIA Shadowplay instead. Other than those issues, which were very minor by the way and only happened during heavy performance things, the PC port was quite excellent. I hear the next gen consoles are also running pretty well, and you could choose between either the silky smooth 60 FPS option or 30 FPS with ray tracing. My only hope is that the Xbox Series X and PS5 ports will get a 1080p 60 FPS ray tracing mode similar to the likes of Devil May Cry 5. Here's hoping Capcom will update in the future and listen to our pleas. Before we move on, I just want to acknowledge the incredible sound design RE8 has. Hearing all the creepy sounds and sights kept me on the edge of my seat throughout the entire playthrough, and the random bumps in the dark of enemies so you kind of know where they're at but don't know exactly when they're going to strike. It's always a tense feeling, whether it's a small grunt or a big bad. I also absolutely adore all the guns and reload animations. It is music to the ears and everything feels so fluid and just looks so natural, whether I'm engaging in said gunfight or taking in the sights after it's all said and done.
And as a side note, once again, we have to applaud Capcom for the abundance of extra content they give us after you finish the game. From a mercenaries mode you can play through, to infinite ammo for guns you fully upgraded, to special weapons. I'm not really going to spoil, you really got to figure this stuff out on your own. There is a ton of awesome content that makes replaying the game and going back into the game on harder difficulties definitely worth your time and effort, as you are handsomely rewarded for it. The gameplay is pretty much a one-to-one of Resident Evil 7, right down to the shooting, gunplay, weight and run of Ethan's movements, all of it. It's everything that you should be familiar with if you've played the previous title. The only differences I could find is the gunplay and reloads are a tad bit faster at the beginning, both in part due to Ethan's veteran experience after the Louisiana events, and also because of the new Duke's Shop upgrades, a system very similar to Resident Evil 4. In RE8, you can come to Duke's Shop and upgrade your weapons, power, rate of fire, ammo capacity, the whole 9 yards, by saving up and selling things for money. Everything else you need, like ammo, weapon upgrades, and first aid kits, are scattered throughout the overworld in either craftable pieces or in crates that you can just pick up on the floor. This was a pretty big deal for me because in RE7 I've definitely felt the need to kind of just get through the game and finish it and not really take my time looking through everything, because I do get bored after a little bit, not gonna lie. However, in Resident Evil 8 it was kind of the exact opposite. I was trying to scavenge and find every nook and cranny of each house to grab all the ammo I can, stack up on all the money I need to buy upgrades and new weapons, and keep myself afloat. I really enjoyed that aspect of the gameplay. Thankfully, it doesn't just stop at upgrades and sweet loot to sell. Enemies in combat are also extremely engaging to take on. Thankfully, the game offers tons of enemy variety depending on which part of the map you explore. In the overworld, the village has standard werewolf and grunts that range between using bow and arrows or melee weapons. You know the vibes, they're not too hard to take out. But they also offer these beefy werewolves that are much bigger in size, kind of hulky, kind of deranged, and they chase you all around the map and eat up a ton of ammo. This means you have to make some very difficult decisions as you explore the open world. Use up all of your ammo and try to fight the beast and hoping you get a great loot drop, or do you hang back in the shadows and kind of slink and stealth around, grabbing what tiny pieces of ammo or crafting materials you can grab to hopefully either get out of there scot-free or prepare for a big encounter ahead. There's a plethora of moments like that in the game that will really test your fight or flight responses, but it doesn't stop there. Thankfully, Resident Evil 8 learns from Mr. X and RE2 Remake and the bakers from Resident Evil 7 while offering 3 unique areas heavily focusing on puzzle solving and running away from big boss characters. We all know about Lady Dimitrescu's castle, and despite her gorgeous appearance, she's insanely terrifying with long claw hands that can cut you down to size at a moment's notice. Couple that with the 3 daughters she can send at you at any time that can phase through doors and send a swarm of disgusting bugs and creatures at you, and it's an excellent primer to say some of the more terrifying sections to come. What I'm getting at is the gameplay loop is so much fun to explore. I love that feeling of gratification when I find a new weapon upgrade or have enough money to finally purchase the things I need from the store. I love upgrading my weapons and seeing the performance drastically get better throughout the course of the game, and I love the feeling of going from a weakling to an absolute beast as you approach the final hours. So you guys get it, let's keep it pushing. And so yeah, Resident Evil 8 is really great. No pun intended. I love the way Ethan interacts with the villains you encounter. The drive he has to rescue his daughter is pretty well written and relatable, and the world plus minimal UI elements go a long way to making the game feel extremely immersive. Oh, and of course, it's just a ton of fun to play. If you like survival horror, especially Resident Evil, then I strongly recommend giving Resident Evil 8 a playthrough. And if you're just a fan of first-person shooters or any type of environmental, puzzle-solving first-person experience, you guys shouldn't pass this one up. And now we enter brief spoilers. Before you guys click off the video though, please click this timestamp to meet me at the outro so you can hear all my socials, subscribe to the channel, and things of that nature. It really means a lot for a small content creator like me, and it also helps with my retention time, so thank you if you guys choose to do that, and if not, I hope you guys have a great day. First things first, the dollhouse. I mean, truly downright terrifying. I had my breath held the entire entire time throughout the game, and I kept pausing it like a child because every nook and cranny was filled with something uneasy or disturbing to observe. I worked my way through so many creepy radio calls and static, only to be greeted by some really weird fetus baby creature. Just too much for me, man. And then on top of that, they had to hit me with another one of my biggest scares, Victoria era dolls, and they will randomly like jump scare kind of you and attack you if you don't find the little Victorian girl doll in time. It was a little bit too much for me, but otherwise outstanding. 10 out of 10 presentation. Dare I say rivals PT in a lot of ways? I don't know. I thought that was just really effective stuff, man. I mean, that's just me, but really great, Capcom. I loved that section. Also, I really want to gush about Heisenberg's level. It was outstanding, bro. Like, everything that you get to do to take down mecha zombies and deranged designs were truly fun. And it was a really interesting concept to explore, because not only do you see the fragility of Heisenberg's character as you find all of his diary entries and notes scattered throughout, you also see it with how deranged these mecha zombies get and their absolutely wacky designs. It was some remarkable stuff, truly. Bonus points for an incredible boss fight, by the way. And finally, we have the big story twist that I liked. The reveal that Ethan was a bioweapon slash mold creature the whole time was really jaw-dropping. I mean, it explains why this man never really died when he had his hand, limbs, legs, whatever chopped off in both Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8. And it's one of those things you think that Capcom would kind of keep acting like it was a tongue-in-cheek inside, like, fourth wall breaking video game joke, but instead it turns out to be this huge plot revelation. Mia still being alive along with Rose and not being able to do anything to really stop Ethan's sacrifice was extremely heartbreaking too, and it was a fun little bonus to play as Chris Redfield for a good chunk of that final act. The ending was bittersweet knowing that our boy Ethan's time is done. However, it does set up for the possibility of Rose becoming potentially a new protag or villain in Resident Evil 9 from the looks of it, which I'm really looking forward to how Capcom's going to pull that off. There's a lot of stuff I've left out, mainly because the game has tons of lore and scattered notes that I'm sure I missed, so I didn't want to delve too into each individual like character's arc. That's just too much for this video. But I do want to say it was a very fun time and I loved the story. It was great. The pacing was literally perfect for me. Absolutely zero complaints. It was just awesome. Hello everyone, my name is Young Falcon, and today we'll be taking a look at Kena Bridge of Spirits, the brand new action-adventure game that's been hyped up over on the PS5 and PS4, but it also released on the PC through Epic Games. Thank you so much to Ember Labs for providing a review code, and without further ado, let's get straight into it. So our story goes as followed. We play as Kena, the spirit guide, who goes through a variety of forces trying to fix the corruption that's been spread due to an unwieldy force, along with helping other spirits on your journey reach the mountain shrine and hopefully fix that up so they can have their spirits laid to rest. The plot for Kena plays things relatively safe, but that really works out in the game's favor as the simple characters and writing really go a long way to pull out the heartstrings due to how it's presented. The CGI cutscenes are out of this world, and the in-game engine, I mean, you guys clearly could see it when we get to the presentation. It's one of the more gorgeous looking games that we've had on PS5 and PS4. I also very much enjoyed Kena as a character. She's full of life, very expressive with the Raw and the other characters she interacts with, and I like how just sweet and down to earth the character is. It really works out. As for the side characters and even the villain we face, they're very, very effective, and you could definitely understand everyone's motivations, especially as more backstory gets revealed as you explore throughout the game, picking up various pieces of flashbacks, and as we figure out what caused this town to get corrupted and why everything is going dark. Lastly, the way the story wraps up was definitely satisfying, and it doesn't overstay its welcome with an 8 to 9 hour runtime if you're just gunning for the mainline story, definitely around 12 to 15 if you want to go for all the collectibles and do everything. So not only is the story a fun time to explore, we also have honestly like CGI Disney film levels of great visuals. This game is outstanding. Truly, in my opinion, the best looking game of 2021 for me personally, and I was floored with how the art style, animations, gameplay, and presentation all work in tangent with each other. First things first, it's gotta be the animation, man. Everything is so smooth. You could even see some really nice
usage of motion blur and smear framing when you throw your light and heavy attacks around on enemies. There's also a nice kind of squash and stretch to how you attack enemies and the way they recoil and bounce around, and the parry effects with all the particles going everywhere, and even your shield just being this ginormous kind of translucent ball that's a particle effect in of itself. Everything just looks incredible. Using the rot, which are your tiny little friends that help you out throughout the game, all their power-ups feel genuinely devastating, and it's really nice to see these kind of cute little black creatures that are very furry and soft turn into these devastating war machines throughout combat, and that's always kind of a nice little touch to me. I love that aspect of the game. The enemy designs are also really great and also varied, which we'll cover a bit more in the gameplay, but they feel nice. They look really grotesque and kind of creepy, but still have this allure of there's a lost spirit kind of inside of there that you just want to free, and I think that really sells the atmosphere of the game. And the way they combine these corrupt lands that show all the gray patches and life dying out as you try to restore it and the green plains come back, I'm always a sucker for when games do that, and Kenna definitely has that in strides. It looks great. Speaking of locations and corrupt areas, the locales are 10 out of 10. We go from these lush, vibrant forests with all these downed trees, and definitely feels like this is a town long forgotten, whereas you try to use puzzles and things to piece together machinery that hasn't been in use for who knows how many years. And when you do that, you know, you finally get to go back and figure some puzzles out, and that's always a nice time, and it just looks great to pull that off. Later transitioning into harsh cold mountaintops and mine caverns that you're going to go through. And then of course, this really outstanding set piece that's like a stormy, tall, wooden skyscraper of sorts. And man, there's so many sick set pieces about Kenna that really sells the game for me. And it really makes you want to explore every nook and cranny of these locations. Funnily enough, the weirdest part of Kenna for me was the nostalgia that washed over me while playing it, because it really felt like those 6th generation action adventure titles that I kind of grew up with. Overall, I think the presentation, it goes without saying, it's an outstanding game. Definitely what I would call a photo mode title in terms of how many pictures you can take and how many awesome screenshots you can grab to show off to your friends about how gorgeous this game is. And for its low price tag of around $40, it's really outstanding stuff. So if you're in it for just the graphics, art style, and story alone, you're gonna have one really great time. Now, as for the core gameplay, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, to be completely honest with you. When it comes to exploration, I think Kenna does a really good job and knocks it out the park. I do enjoy the platforming aspect. Shimmying around platforms and figuring out where you need to go Uncharted style was always a blast, and I do like the fact that the rot always helps you even in puzzle segments. They help you move blocks and position things around so you can either A, reach higher to reach platforms that you may not be able to grab with your normal jump abilities, or they're just used to place objects where they need to be so you can trigger events like either a main story progression or getting little goodies and extras for upgrades, you know, things like that. You can also deck out the rod and have them all dress up in cute little hats and put them in nice little costumes, and if you got the digital deluxe version, you could get a golden one. You know, there's all tiny collectibles and everything works in tangent with each other. That's always well and good. All the exploration stuff is fine, it's serviceable. You put stuff where it needs to be, you do a couple of puzzles, and you call it a day. As for combat, I'm a bit split on it, mainly because on one hand, the first half of the game has some outstanding boss fights and a great introduction to the combat system. Off the bat, you're given everything you need to make combat in these types of games really fun. You got your parry out the gate, no need to unlock it. A bow and arrow you unlock pretty early throughout the title, and you're given generous upgrades so you can infuse, say, the rot with your hammer ability, which lets you do either a projectile launch or, if you're up close to an enemy, a double hit, counting as a physical and then a projectile attack. The enemy variety is through the roof, by the way. They got your shielded enemies, your standard grunt spear users, your big hulking brutes with multiple weak points you have to tackle, and sometimes they're going to be with shields, which makes them even harder to take on, and it really puts you to the test of dealing with this type of combat. There's even a couple flying enemies they introduce as you get your bow and arrow, and some enemies that you have to blow up with a bomb because of their hard rock exterior. You never run into a fight and feel like you're fighting the same old because they're always trying to incorporate all the gameplay elements you've learned into each encounter, which I think is pretty swell. So what could be the big deal with Kenna's combat then? Well, I have about 3 gripes with the game. Number 1 is the enemy encounters themselves. Some of them are just a little too unfair, especially the more unique ones. There's a really standout section where you're using these grappling points with your bow and arrow around a treetop, which is really satisfying and fun to move around and outsmart enemies. However, when you're starting out and trying to get the gist of the controls, especially since you just got the bow at this point of the game, you unfortunately have to deal with a move that can blow you off a treetop that you can't really hear or see coming until that purple glow blows you off the treetop. I just wish it was either a little louder or a tiny little arrow indicator telling me exactly where this thing is going to be, kind of similar to the danger indicators that God of War has. That goes doubly for boss battles, as enemies will whack you from behind off screen or you could barely hear them, just the same things we mentioned earlier. This does lead into my second point, which is the rod action usage with the health mechanic. I feel like the way you gather health in this game is a little bit frustrating, I'm not going to lie. So the way the mechanic works is you get to whack on enemies and build up your rod action, which you can either use for combat, offensive abilities, or to defensively heal yourself, basically. And the way healing works is you have to find blue flowers that are sprouted among the battlefield. There might be one or two depending on what location you're in. Sometimes there's literally only one, and that lies my frustrations with the combat. There's so much going on at certain points and so little indication of what's happening that you do spend a good chunk of combat, at least earlier in the game before you get your multiple actions, rolling around, looking for these tiny blue flowers, trying to heal up and get a couple last bits in before you're just going to get hit by an attack that's going to one-shot you or put you in a last stand state and make it feel very meaningless. So as a player, I'm not really choosing if I should heal now or heal later, because it's always going to be the latter. You're going to reach your last stand state where your screen gets all gray. I'm going to roll over until I can get a blue flower, heal up, and then go back into the fight, build rod action, and use my offensive attacks if I can. I would feel like this mechanic would be a lot better if instead of sacrificing a rod action for a blue flower that could never respawn, we could make it just a little bit easier on the player while still making it difficult, which is having the rod action be used as a self-heal. Maybe you have to go on your shield, heal yourself, and then you sacrifice a rod action to do as such, but you still get to recover some life and go into a fight. Maybe make it a heal over time if you feel like that'll make it more difficult, so we do spend that time kind of waiting and seeing if I should go in and go for the killing blows now as my health has a little bit of a recharge, or if I should keep rolling around and playing defensively, fishing for parries and whatnot. I think that would go a long way in making the combat feel a bit more in the player's hands rather than just a mad scramble to reach a blue flower when I'm at last bits of health, or for the rare occasion just reaching full health only to get smacked around again, because the way enemies deal damage in this game, they hit like a truck, so it doesn't really feel necessary to heal at any other points rather than the last stand state. And finally, and this is the most personal one of them all, I think, it's just the parry timing. I feel like parrying is so strict in this game at certain points. Sometimes I'm hitting consistent parries over and over again, flexing on the enemies, and then other times it feels like it just won't really come out, or I can't really find that sweet spot timing for certain attacks. It just felt like I couldn't quite get it down despite how many times I tried. And again, I'm used to this kind of thing. I play Dark Souls and titles of that nature, but there's something about this one in particular where it felt very, very frustrating to pull off the timing. You do just have to sit there and kind of grind these bosses out, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, just something to keep in mind if you're going in there expecting this to be a breeze. So yeah, sorry, those are just some tiny gripes for me that kind of held the game back a bit. Other than that, the combat is still outstanding. There's so many different actions and abilities you get to unlock throughout the course of the game. Finding all the raw and discovering the locations and finding collectibles, etc. It just is really fun to pull off, and I think the traversal and movement mechanics that the game has are all really outstanding. As for the art style, presentation, gameplay, etc., it's 10 out of 10 stuff. And the boss battles, despite my gripes, are still some of the most hyped boss battles I've played this year, like for real, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, the music, the syncing, the CGI cutscene that plays beforehand, the storylines that are kind of woven into the combat itself, all of that is like awesome, man. There's so many outstanding moments. Like, my favorite was this boss you have to fight on this wooden skyscraper workshop thing. That was sick, and the music and everything just really solidified that moment as like a top 10 kind of feeling moment for me. Just everything about that really worked. So, despite everything, Kenna is still an outstanding game you must play for 2021. I highly recommend it. Truly a contender for Game of the Year 2021, and a game that I cannot recommend enough. It's gorgeous, it plays great, there's so much stuff I loved about it, despite my tiny little gripes that were, again, all player experience. Of course, over time, and as I learn the mechanics and figure more stuff out about the game, it's going to become a lot more fun. Hello everybody, hope you guys had a happy holiday and or a good new year depending on what time you're viewing this video. My name's Young Falcon and today I want to talk about the best games, or let me rephrase, my favorite games that I played throughout 2021. These are some must plays in my opinion, definitely think you should check some of them out, but just going to be talking about the games that I've played throughout the year because it was a very strange year for the industry. We had a lot of ports, remasters, re-releases and whatnot, and personally I'm just not up in the top 10 spirit. I don't really feel like ranking what's like best to worst and whatnot. I just didn't really feel that energy. This year was a year where I did a lot of reflection and played a lot of games, and I thought pretty much everything I played was quality, minus like 1 or 2 games that were just very disappointing, which we will kind of briefly go over in this video. So enjoy this giant info dump, if you will. Overall, my favorite stuff that I played throughout 2021, and again, for the numbers, they're not in any particular order. I'm just ranking them so I know mentally where to put timestamps. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this long form video and stay tuned at the end for an update on the channel. So let's kick things off with my second favorite game of last year, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. Firstly, I gotta say I love that 60 FPS upgrade they added. The improved lighting and textures just goes such a long way in making FF7 look better and play better than ever before. On top of that, that wasn't really the main draw this time around. They added a whole new DLC expansion with Yuffie, which already showed off what next gen is going to be doing for Final Fantasy VII Remake. As you could clearly tell, they went hard in the level design aspects, not having all those weird shimmying through walls to mask loading screen stuff and whatnot. It just instantly goes into gameplay. It feels a lot more open-ended. And I gotta traverse throughout Yuffie's DLC without ever seeing a loading screen once, which is very good for replayability. I really also enjoyed the writing on display here. It was superb. It takes one of the most annoying characters in FF7, in my opinion, Yuffie, and made her actually a lot more relatable and bright-eyed and a cool fledgling member of the Wutai trying to do what she can to prove herself to take down the evil corporation that is Shinra. And it just goes a long way making her a lot more fun to follow than generic annoying thief with family issues like in FF7 original. Her buddy Sunon was also really sick. He's a pretty cool side character, a bit stoic for my taste, but I like how he had a soft spot for Yuffie, and the dynamic they had was just excellent. And the OST, man, it was so solid. It really gave off these like anime OVA vibes. I don't know how to explain it. It was very jazzy, very different than what I was used to in Final Fantasy, and it just works here. Overall, definitely a campaign I really recommend, and it was one of the high parts of 2021 for me, free. And if you haven't played it yet, well, you got 2 different ways, PlayStation 5 or the PC copy, although you might want to wait for a couple patches on the PC part. Next up, we have Tales of Arise, a game I have about 4 to 5 hours in at the moment. It's got a really fun combat system, some really compelling characters, and I like where the story's going, but sadly just haven't had the time to finish the game. I am enjoying it so far, and you'll definitely see me talk about it more, whether it be on Twitter or in a video format, but yeah, definitely one I'm a little bit sad I skipped out on. Moving away from the JRPG and moving into the first-person shooter, we gotta talk about Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil Village, and I gotta say, it was outstanding for me. I love the atmosphere of that wintry village it gave off. It gave me hardcore Resident Evil 4 vibes, and shooting down hordes of werewolves and all the other fantastical beasts was never not fun. Lady Dimitrescu's castle was also a beautiful way to start the game. I was hooked and engrossed from the beginning, and hearing all the audio cues of the footsteps walking or the bugs zipping behind your ear and whatnot, like all of that was outstanding. The level design overall was pretty substantial. There was one section in particular that just didn't work for me, which was this water level, but other than that, everything was top notch. My personal favorite, of course, being the dollhouse section with that one monster that is beyond terrifying, and I can't wait to experience it with the Resident Evil 8 VR patch that recently dropped and give it another shot. Is it the best entry in the RE franchise? Probably not, right? I definitely think there's better, but personally, I thought it was an awesome entry. I loved how the story wrapped up, and I'm really looking forward to where Resident Evil goes in the future. And of course, in the AAA landscape, when it seemed like all hope was lost, Halo Infinite comes out and floors pretty much everyone. Outstanding work over at 343, because this is a Halo game that finally, in my opinion, lives up to the franchise's namesake, and I just went super in-depth with this game over in my review, so to spare myself going a little insane, I'm going to link down below the review and in a card so I don't repeat myself like a broken record, but I gotta say, it's incredible. Halo feels great, the grappling hook usage and the ways you could use it in the environment are awesome, and the enemy AI is pretty challenging challenging, and it never gets too easy. I always felt like I was always getting pushed to my limits, exploring the vast open world that's also pretty riveting to pick up all the different items and upgrades and whatnot in. My only hope is we get more stuff soon for multiplayer updates, although I think they're already rectifying that with SWAT and a couple other modes being added. So just more maps, please, and of course a campaign expansion in the near future would be immaculate. Once again, good work to everyone over there, and you guys deserve a well-earned break. Alright, quick little JRPG lightning around here because I didn't finish these two, so let's start with Scarlet Nexus. In Scarlet Nexus' case, the story is really good. I'm engrossed with the characters. I play Kasane's run right now, and I really like what's going on top of the really outstanding presentation and graphical elements. It looks beautiful on either Series X or PC or even PS5, all the platforms I have it on, but the gameplay is just a tad too repetitive for me. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit stale after a while, even with the psychotic abilities that you could use. It's just, I don't know, I need a little bit more, so I'm giving it a break for now, and I'm going to come back with a fresh new set of eyes and whatnot, and hopefully give it a second chance. And then in Shin Megami Tensei 5's case, the gameplay and fusion system I've been in love with. I spent like 30-40 hours already grinding and finding all the different fusions I could get. However, the lore and the dungeon design and the story overall is just not really doing it for me, and I wanted a bit more. However, I am willing to look back to and get into it when I finally have the time to, and I can't wait to listen to more of that awesome SMT music and keep fusing some more demons, I suppose. And if I were to choose my favorite indie game of the year, it'd be Severed Steel. Movement-based shooters are kind of my jam right now, and Severed Steel's got everything I love. Wall running, sliding, gun fu, bullet time, parkour, and even a slew of melee takedowns make this game very fun to play, and chances are, if you could think it, you could definitely pull it off in the heat of combat. It's also got full voxel destruction, so you could blow holes through levels, go for those oh so crispy one taps, find pathways and openings to make speedrun routes and whatnot. It's a very fast paced and fun game, whether using slow-mo or not. It's got a cool cyberpunk aesthetic, and on top of that, a banging EDM soundtrack that makes this game a must play for 2021. And I'll be going even further in depth with another video soon because I love it that much. Oh, and workshop support, so if there's any more levels you want to play, the community's got your back. Please play Severed Steel. Nier Replicant, despite some interesting OST changes from the original, is a faithful remaster of the OG Nier. Toy Logic made the combat feel just a bit better, but still kept the feeling of the game like it's a chore when it comes to combating with the shades. As for plot and the graphics, etc., I mean, it looks incredible. I love the new models and the main cast, and the 60 FPS was a nice step up from what we dealt with before. Unless you own an Xbox Series X with an original copy of Nier, then you're enjoying 60 FPS on a 360 game. Anywho, Nier Replicant was awesome. I really liked the story and the multiple endings that Taro is trademarked for at this rate, and the ending E definitely had me tearing up. Fun times all around, and if you haven't picked it up yet, absolutely add it to the backlog. Keeping on the remastered train, I'm so happy to see Super Monkey Ball back. The game's physics definitely still need a little bit of tweaking for that authentic GameCube Monkey Ball feel, but aside from that, it's an awesome product containing 2 full games, deluxe levels, tons of minigames, all for a pretty darn good price of $40. If you like Monkey Ball, just give it a play. You can't go wrong. I gotta be honest and say, this game was my biggest disappointment of 2021. Is Deathloop a bad game per se? Absolutely not. It's got really solid movement, all of those fun Dishonored-esque powers make their way here, and the guns, albeit on the safe side, are pretty fun and fine to use. That being said, there's no morality system for going in guns blazing, which is awesome. However, there's also no punishment for going in guns blazing either, because the game is just a bit too easy. Even from the start of the game, I spent all my levels just running through one-tapping all the drone henchmen, reaching my target, and essentially decimating them because of how easy this game is. The level design also personally felt pretty linear compared to other Arcane titles, especially after coming off of Prey and other games. And then you couple that with a bare-bones story, and yeah, it didn't feel satisfying reaching that conclusion. It all accumulated in frustration when I reached the timeline, like the final parts of it. All I realized was I knew exactly how to set up for this big kill, taking out all the visionaries one by one as the game wants you to. I go to do it, and the game blocks me from doing so because I was there a bit too early, and then even though I knew exactly how to do it and even set it up with turning on the fireworks and whatnot, I had to go replay the ending section again because I was moving too quick for the game's timeline to catch up. Personally, that didn't really feel like an Arcane thing to do, and I just wish the game stopped holding my hand throughout the entire runtime and gave me some freedom within the story itself to do what I want whenever I want, similar to pretty much every Arcane title that I've played. And moving from one Sony exclusive to another, let's talk about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I thought the game overall felt really good. It looked absolutely incredible, like a dream come true for Ratchet fans, especially in terms of the level design and gameplay and how they handled those crack in time ambitions. Feel like fully realized here on the PS5. Like being able to pull the Rift towards you and, you know, moving through multi-layered levels in real time is super dope, especially when you just enter pocket dimensions, do an objective there and walk out like nothing happened, all in like 60 FPS and stuff. Like really impressive, honestly, really impressive. Of course, it's standard Ratchet & Clank gameplay. You jump, you dodge, you shoot, you take out enemies. It looks great, it feels nice. Do wish the enemies put up a bit more of a challenge even on the hardest difficulty, but that's neither here nor there. Overall, really good time, really good game. One gripe, one gripe, I just don't like Rivet. Please don't make Rivet the main character for the next game. I can't stand her. I was bad enough I had to play with her a lot here. I was expecting like her not to be as like prominent, if that makes sense, but she was a big deal and I thought she was really annoying, honestly. Just Ratchet and Clank, please. I'm a little biased. I just like my platformers to be, you know, about the characters that are on the box. It's just Ratchet and Clank. I bought the game for Ratchet and Clank, not Rivet and Kid. Overall, still a really good time. Despite that small nitpick, the game is still really fun and I recommend it to you, especially if you have the elusive PS5. And if you happen to get one, this is going to be a great job showcasing what your console can do, and you get a pretty good adventure out of it. Omori was the very first RPG I beat in 2021, and gosh, what a ride it was. It had some cool animations, the art style was pretty okay, despite being a little bit childish for my taste, but it works with the themes and aesthetic, and I really loved the combat of the game. The emotion system was really sick to mess around with, making enemies either sad or angry and trying to manage all their buffs and debuffs and their strength and weaknesses during the heat of turn-based combat was really awesome to experience. And that OST, man, ridiculously good, banging soundtracks. However, it all came to a screeching halt for me as I made my way through more of the story, and without spoiling the game any, I just wasn't impressed with the ending, let alone any of the characters that were throughout the game. It left a really sour taste in my mouth, that ending, and everything else surrounding it just didn't really hit for me. The only character I liked was Aubrey, who's, you know, I guess admittedly meant to be cool, but the game's darker themes, what it tries to cover, was more coming off as shock value for the sake of shock value rather than an in-depth tell on mental illness and whatnot. And it feels like it tries to borrow so much from other indie games that it's clearly inspired by that it loses itself in translation. This game feels like one giant kind of fan project homage to all these other indie horror RPG Maker titles before it, and it just doesn't hit the landing on any of them. Definitely a game that just didn't really work for me. If you don't mind a game that, you know, goes into some darker themes, you know, suicide, child death, some other unsettling stuff, then you could give this one a try if you want to. Just be mentally prepared while playing it. You might take away something that I definitely couldn't grasp, but yeah, it's just okay to me. And don't think I'm slandering Omori, by the way. I had other RPGs that I played this year and enjoyed, one of which being Deltarune Chapter 2. I thought this was a banger. Toby Fox knocks it out of the park once again. I really like the Y2K aesthetic we go to in this game. I thought the way the town was laid out and all the puzzles and stuff you have to solve were really fun. The enemies you take on were really quirky and great, and I once again like the fact that I could just talk my way out of combat, not have to engage, not have to fight and all that, and that's always a really cool thing to me. My other favorite part of the game was the dialogue. I thought the characters were really endearing this time around. Where Susie was a little bit annoying in Chapter 1 for me, I actually really came around to liking her a lot in this title. And Rizalzi, I don't pronounce the name, I'm sorry. He was also funny as can be. I think he's a great foil to kind of what Susie and his relationship have going on. I think it's pretty funny. The new girl Noelle and her crush on Susie and how they're trying to manage that is going to be fun to explore throughout future Deltarune chapters. And of course, the overarching themes of what's going to happen next throughout Deltarune has been a fun plot thread to be hooked on year after year. Hopefully soon we get access to more Deltarune stuff, because I really am fiending for content, and I think this game's going to go down as one of my favorite RPGs out there. But as of now, it's just a really good title that you should definitely play. It's free. Like, just give it a shot. It's like 4 or 5 hours, I think, for both chapters. Definitely a good time. For a first crack at a video game, I'd say Ember Labs did a real bang-up job with Kenna Bridge of Spirits, a game that is beyond beautiful and really squeezes UE4 to the best of its abilities, and its adventure game design is very akin to early 3D Zelda titles like Majora's Mask. I mean, you even use masks to find certain secrets in areas and whatnot. And of course, given their animation real history, you can definitely tell that was by design. The story was pretty heartfelt, which took me by complete shock, and the combat was very challenging and offered really rewarding experiences when tackling a hard room. Like, they even have a parry button, which was always satisfying to pull off, even if the parry window could be just a little bit wider, just a tad bit wider, and all the raw actions and things you can do to pin enemies down, shoot them from far with arrows, and use your giant rot hammer ability to slam down on enemies. Like, that was really awesome and crazy to pull off. There's also really great environmental puzzles with those cute little rock creatures that you saw, and the game's charm just constantly kept a big old grin on my face despite the story being a little bit on the sad side. Definitely worth a playthrough if you haven't played this one already. After years of Kickstarters and dev diaries, Psychonauts 2 launched this August in a flawless state, and what a breath of fresh air it was. It was nice to get an engaging collectathon 3D platformer again, and Raz and all the movement abilities you gain make traversing these mind-warping levels an absolute blast. Rolling around on a levitation ball, jumping and floating down with a balloon in style, man, that is exactly what I come to expect when I pop in a 3D platformer. Oh, coupled with awesome level design, it really stands out in classic Psychonauts fashion. We have sensory overloads we're fighting through, casinos, dental offices. The sheer variety of levels never ceases to impress me. The dialogue had me laughing all the way at all the awkward jokes. The heart of the game was really the story for me. I love seeing how all the different characters interacted, and I wanted to see Raz the Psychonauts pull through in the end more than anything and do all I could in my power as a player to keep the Psychonauts together no matter what dangers or plot twists came our way. On top of the wonderful story and platforming, we had a robust combat system to boot, at least for a 3D platformer. Sometimes I wish there was just a horde style mode where you could just jump in and bash on some enemies because I had that much fun. You're always dodging and weaving away from projectiles, hitting devastating 3-hit combos, using all your various psi abilities to exploit enemy weaknesses and then lay on the hurt. You'll always find yourself hot swapping and switching between your abilities when it comes to taking on harder enemies, and that's one of the reasons why I thought Psychonauts 2 was such an incredibly refreshing title. So we're going to put two of my favorite roguelikes I grinded throughout this year, the first of which a returning honorable mention from last year, Gunfire Reborn, a fast-paced FPS where you take down an onslaught of foes, grab relics, grab scrolls, upgrade yourself throughout the run, and of course, my favorite part, switching from gun to gun on the floor as you go through rooms, clearing enemies, and seeing all the different wacky reload animations, fire rates, and elemental abilities these guns have. There's also now 5 characters you can pick between, each offering their own abilities and perks, which leads to endless replayability per run, along with an elite difficulty that bumps it up to something that goes pretty easy when you're all decked out to something that is very, very difficult even with a decked out character. Then there's Curse of the Dead Gods, a top-down dungeon crawler that I simply couldn't get enough of at the start of this year. You start as a meager treasure hunter armed with a weak old sword and a weak old pistol. However, slowly you build up your armory as you come to grips with the Curse of the Gods inflicted upon you, and you clear room to room and try to take them down. See, what makes this game interesting, however, is the sheer punishment you face doing what feels like anything. Want a better weapon? Trade your health or get cursed. Simply leaving a room? Face curse damage. Fighting a hard boss? You already know what's coming next, right? Like, the inevitability of your curse bar getting maxed out and you're faced with a randomized punishment that'll stick with you throughout the remainder of your run is very real. Personally, I don't mind the mechanic, and sometimes not all curses are bad. Some are kind of beneficial to your playstyle, like dealing double damage while taking double damage is a nice risk reward, along with cool gimmick ones like turning you into the soul from dead cells. So those are like my 2 roguelike recommendations for 2021, but I know for a fact I'm missing out on a couple of games that I really wanted to play, like Inscription and Dandy Ace, and there was one other, I think Skull Legendary Hero. Hopefully we get time to make our way to play those games, but if not, it's all good. I'll definitely get to them sometime soon. Metroid Dread, an immaculate return to form, and does something fresh with the Metroid franchise while pushing it in the right direction both gameplay and story-wise. The atmosphere in OST went a long way in making me feel, well, dreadful for lack of a better term, and the Emmys offered a terrifying threat that felt really awesome to take down once you returned all powered up after tiptoeing and being cautious through their zones prior. The boss fights also left a huge grin on my face as I finally put 2 and 2 together and outsmarted the big bads like the cool bounty hunter I am, and the game ran at a silky smooth 60 FPS, which is a hard thing to do on the Nintendo Switch these days, along with really great controls. Everything feels so intuitive, natural if you will. The stunning art direction also helped permanently etched the map in my head, so looking for which items I forgot on a map and going back and completing my checklist was too much fun. Whatever Mercury's team is cooking up next, just know I'll be there, excited to play their next title. It Takes Two was the best co-op experience I've ever had free. A game about trying to rekindle a failed romance while completing ridiculous platforming challenges, versing each other in minigames, and finally working together to take on larger-than-life boss fights. I played this local co-op with my significant other, and we had the dumbest grins on our faces as we went throughout the roughly 10-hour campaign. It was just so full of charm, and the visuals really hit home that you're just a bunch of tiny clay dolls running around a larger-than-life world with extremely detailed texture work on about every object in the game. Seeing all the foliage in the backyard, the individual strands of cloth and whatnot throughout the house, and some really shiny reflections during a certain space station part, well, let's just say it was definitely visually pleasing to the eyes on the Xbox Series X. And speaking of that, the game looked and ran very smoothly on my console, 60 FPS all the way through, which is important for these types of platforming games. Movement was top notch. They give you a little roll to help build up speed, and you get equipment throughout the game like grappling hooks, rogue riding, ice skating, and much more to make everything feel very fluid as you traverse this world. Couple that with some extremely creative and oftentimes head-scratching puzzles, and you get a recipe for success when it comes to playing with a co-op partner. By far one of my all-time favorite games and one of my favorite co-op games free as of right now, and I definitely recommend it if you have someone to play with. It's also free with a friend if you have them get the Friends Pass, which is great. Monster Hunter Rise was a banger Monster Hunter game, and one that I actually ended up playing a lot more than Monster Hunter World just because it felt a lot more faster paced. Like, you just kind of pop in, go to a hub world, queue up a quest, go in there, do what you need to do, and keep your day pushing. Very similar to the 3DS games, if that makes sense. It also is the most mobile and, dare I say, easy Monster Hunter game to date. The wire bug mechanic lived rent-free in my head during the playtime of this game, letting you grapple towards the big monsters and take them down, or you could reach high heights while wall running and whatnot. That was super fun to pull off. And of course, that grind was so fun. Every weapon I got to use had like a second lease on life basically, because you could customize what you want the actions to be with the wire bug usage. You could either be offensive with it, defensive with it, or use it for mobility options, which opens the floodgates for the various things you can do during the heat of combat. It goes without saying that, yeah, weapons are just a blast to use, and my favorite of which was easily the dual blades. It lets you unlock rage mode, climb up and slash monsters on your way up and down. It just feels super disgusting to annihilate beasts with just two blades in hand. The maps were also seamless to explore, which is nice, and the monsters they added, both new and old, were plenty fun to take down. Personally for me, MH Rise was just a fun little comfort game. I liked hopping in, hunting the monsters, getting new gear, and grinding a bit over the weekend, and then keeping it pushing for the day. Also, shoutouts to the soundtrack for being incredibly good. Yeah, definitely recommend this one, especially can't wait to delve back in there when it comes out on PC later this year. I am so sorry I didn't review this game last year, but here's my quick review. Guardians of the Galaxy was my biggest surprise hit of 2021 for me. All the trailers and E3 buzz made this game look so weak, but once I started playing it and getting a feel for the combat and hearing the banter, so on and so forth, I quickly fell in love with it. The graphics of the game were beautiful, excellent particle effects with sparks going flying during combat and set piece moments, awesome lighting, and really strong locales that made it feel like a galaxy trotting adventure. As for the gameplay, it doesn't slack either. Playing as Star-Lord made me feel like a leader thanks to the game's quick menu letting me select and stack abilities from the various guardians on the team. You get to combo enemies by pinning them down with Groot's branches and throwing out a grenade from Rocket, or calling in Drax to aggro enemies and taking the brunt of the damage as the muscle he is, or using Gamora just to knock people up in the air for you to hit. It's very combo heavy and surprisingly arcade-like, which definitely helps with the 80s aesthetic they're going for Guardians of the Galaxy. Then you call upon them and huddle them together, give some words of encouragement as Peter, and the 80s music starts blaring and you take down the opposition with a nice little damage boost. That stuff was so charming I couldn't help but giggle and get hype. Characters were just super endearing. Despite the constant banter throughout the game, I never got bored of the conversations once, and during the quiet times I was actually waiting for someone to drop a one-liner or joke just to hear some more of the interactions. And I wanted to see the whole team succeed, and even felt a bit bad for the villains during the plot. If you turn away to this game due to the marketing and whatnot, I implore you to give this game a shot. You're gonna definitely be in for a huge surprise. This one had to be here. Nothing beats when a new fighting game drops and everyone's scrambling to post combos, share tech, lab and training mode, and of course, the constant influx of memes we get during a new launch. And despite me having my gripes to strive on a competitive level, it's still easily the best fighting game on the market with 10 out of 10 online play, a robust roster that feels unique from character to character, and the second best soundtrack, including songs that have been stuck on loop since before the game came out. Then you throw in that trademark ArcSys graphical presentation and it looks gorgeous to play both on and offline, and you get arguably the best fighting game of this generation. On a personal note, I think it gave me my favorite character in fighting game history currently, which is Giovanna. She is so much fun to play, and I made so many memories with you guys at home engaging with the streams and videos that I put out, and I gotta say thank you all so much for that. And of course, I'll be back soon, just biding my time. I cannot stress enough how brilliant Returnal is. It's a simple premise. You crash land on an alien planet, fight some monsters, discover a past version of yourself, and run around 3 randomly generated biomes trying to fix this endless death loop as you find weapons, perks, and much more, including lore, and, you know, make your way off planet. It's a story and gameplay loop addicting as they come, and the combat constantly puts you on edge as bullets will fill the screen in massive ball-shaped patterns similar to the Nier games. You're trying to dodge all these alien life forms that want to feast and chomp on your flesh, and then you get to go through the game in a Metroidvania style, unlocking various things like the grappling hook and a better dodge and boost that will help you get through lasers and clear large gaps, and it's just so well crafted. The gunplay is also very nice, with a ton of strange but fun to use weapons, each offering a little something for each run. The biomes, they just ooze personality, and if you have a good pair of headphones, you're gonna get a good host of creepy crawly sounds, real crunchy gun noises, and some otherworldly music that drones in the background that sets up for an immersive yet haunting experience. I love the lightning fast-paced combat, and it's a game that I've yet to get bored of and I'm still playing to this day. Now, I'm not doing a countdown like I said this year, but I do have a definitive game of the year, and it is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, Neo: The World Ends With You. It is one of the best JRPGs I've played in recent memory. Incredible character writing with an endearing cast I can't help but fall in love with, a surprisingly varied gameplay loop that has you balancing cooldowns on moves and setting up for hard-hitting combos to effectively wipe a group of enemies off the map, and the art style was just superb. The 3D visuals look nice and clean, along with some outstanding cel shading. They did a great job porting that 2D look over to the 3D game, and I just wish this game got more clout. I've already went super in-depth on this one, especially in-depth on this one, about how much I love Neo: The World Ends With You. I really wish this game got the respect it deserved. It is, no joke, top 5 JRPGs for me. One of the all-time best RPGs, actually, that I've played in quite some time. Like, it's definitely up there in my top, 5. I really wish this game got the respect it deserved. It is an incredible title, and if you haven't yet, I'm not going to say anything more. Just please play Neo: The World Ends With You. It's cheap everywhere. You definitely deserve to play this one.
I am a humongous Halo fan. It's been with me ever since my birth, essentially. It was my very first video game I ever played, and I have very fond memories of running through the co-op campaign with my dad and just taking down all the Covenant and Flood and immersing myself in the sci-fi storyline Halo presented. It's one of my all-time favorite first-person shooters, and of course it's one of the best solo campaigns I've ever played in an FPS. I mean, these games are just great. So, celebrating 19 years of the Halo brand, and of course Microsoft on top of that, I want to take the time out of my day to discuss the single player campaigns in this retrospective look back at the Halo franchise. We're going to be taking a look at all of the Bungie classics and the 343 new universe that they're creating, and give you my overall thoughts and opinions on it, as well as a little bit of developmental backstory when the time calls for it. With that all being said, welcome to the very first part of the Halo retrospective, where we're going to be taking a look at none other than the single player campaigns. A fair warning ahead, I will be looking at the multiplayer and spin-off sections at a later date, mainly because if all of these were combined, it would make for a very long video, and if you see the runtime, it's already pretty lengthy enough because the campaigns have so much lore and history and gameplay to go over. So with that all out of the way, I will see you guys very soon as we enter into the Halo 1 games, and well, kick back, relax, and enjoy this retrospective look back at one of the best first-person shooter franchises known to man.
Ah yes, the game that started it all. The premise to Halo 1 is pretty simple. You play as the Spartan Master Chief fresh out of cryo sleep. You awake on the Pillar of Autumn coming under fire from the Covenant threat. You're swiftly thrust into a skirmish against these alien ruffians, and it's up to you, the Chief, to make his way to some escape pods along with some UNSC Marines and escape to a foreign ring-shaped planet dubbed the Halo. When you crash land on the planet, you're awake surrounded by dead comrades and some radio chatter giving you a rendezvous point. Now it's up to you, Master Chief and his AI Cortana, to meet up with fellow UNSC Marines, take down the Covenant threat, and most importantly, find out the secrets of this mysterious Halo ring. Firstly, for a game that came out in 2001, I say it's aged pretty well. Halo 1 is still a graphical powerhouse. Textures, despite looking a little bit washed out, do a really good job of showing off what the world is about and have a unique charm to their flat-like aesthetic. And on that note, environments are surprisingly diverse for a game in 2001, spanning sweeping forests and hills, sandy beaches, desert-like canyons, Covenant cruisers, and many more locales. I mainly played the game in the anniversary look just because it was nice to see the updated textures, and of course it running at a silky smooth 60 FPS was something I couldn't pass up. However, I do bounce between the two art styles, so sorry if that bothers viewers. On that note, these locations provide a really diverse mission structure, from slinking in the desert canyons at night, sniping Covenant forces stealthily only to use your wits to storm a Covenant vessel, or going loud and bombastic storming the beaches like on the famous Silent Cartographer level. All of the missions just offer so much variety that it never really gets old. However, the mission structure is pretty, well, simplistic all things considered. The objectives you do consist of activating pylons, protecting Marines, driving to certain objectives, and of course, just eliminating hordes of the Covenant. However, the level design really helps the game out in this regard. Arenas do a really strong job of bouncing between these vast, wide open landscapes with little to no cover, mainly used for vehicle movement or large scale battles, you know, driving your ghost through these wide open canyons and beaches and blowing people away in the icy caverns with the Scorpion. They later will blend into these white knuckle hallway corridor sections as you enter the Forerunner structures, filled to the brim with tons of cover, yes, but also hordes of Covenant to take on. Thankfully, gunplay is as kinetic as can be. As the Chief, you hold up to 2 weapons and you move through the combat with your trusty regenerative shields and medkits. The more you get hit with your shields down, the faster your health is lowered, and that will cause you, the player, to scramble to find a medkit to keep your health up. Weapon variety is well balanced, if not a little bit on the basic side. UNSC offers the most fun in my opinion. You have your standard assault rifle, which feels like something straight out of the Aliens franchise of movies, the Magnum pistol, which is a hand cannon that demolishes Covenant with a well-placed headshot, the most satisfying shotgun in first-person shooter history, the bulky vehicle-killing rocket launcher, or just good for taking elites out in a single shot, and lastly, the standard sniper rifle, perfect for those instant kill headshots. That's not all though. The Covenant have their own set of weapons the Chief can use to his advantage as well, ranging from the plasma pistol, perfect
perfect for disabling shields and great for rapid fire when you need to use it in a pinch, and of course the plasma rifle, your standard energy style assault rifle which uses a battery to recharge. And of course my personal favorite out of the bunch in the Covenant side, the Needler, a weapon that shoots pink needles into the enemy forces and upon chaining shots into a single foe results in one glorious explosion. Weapons all have their place in combat, so carrying the right loadout when possible is most definitely key. For example, the shotgun is great at demolishing elite shields, so using one round on the elite and then destroying them with a well-placed pistol headshot or a barrage of assault rifle ammo is always satisfying to pull off. Trying to take out clusters of enemies but you don't have any grenades on you, it's okay, the Needler will pound those pink needles into the Covenant forces, causing a massive explosion. They all work really well, and despite not being as creative as other sci-fi shooters at the time, they still work pretty strongly in this regard. However, most of this is standard shooter stuff. What really elevates the game is the enemy AI. The Covenant puts up a really strong fight. You have your simple grunt-like enemies who are pests but provide excellent comic relief if anything, and then you have the elite who are more tactical, both mixing up their rushdown style with energy swords and plasma rifles, often going invisible to flank your position and take you down single-handedly, or they'll play the long-range game, using the Needler and plasma rifles to cause an explosion and take you and maybe some of your marines and fellow allies out. Jackals are also pretty strong enemies to take out as they have massive shields, forcing you to get accustomed with the game's controls, finding out when's the best time to circle around and strafe and smack him in the back with a well-placed melee attack, usually resulting in an instant takedown, or if you want to get special and do a little bit of target practice, use your magnum pistol to snipe open their open weapon hand and aim directly for the head, getting an instant headshot, killing them swiftly. And lastly, on the Covenant faction, we have the absolute unit, the Hunters, hulking giant baddies strapped with a massive fuel cannon and tons of armor. You have to find their weak spots and exploit them, usually on their exposed arms and back, in order to take them down efficiently. One mistake and it will result in a quick and painless death. Or if you're like me, you could just get a rocket launcher and blow them back with ease. Combat in Halo is surprisingly slow paced, asking the player to be pretty strategic when it comes to taking down the enemy forces. You really have to plan out your routes, especially on the harder difficulty, so learning the layouts of the maps and item spawns and figure out where enemies are going to be located is most definitely key. Arenas are just really well realized, ranging from those wide open vehicle spaces which are a blast to get through, ripping through canyons in a Scorpion, blowing away ghosts and banshees, it doesn't really get old, and of course the Warthog is wonderful from getting you from place to place. Combat in Halo is surprisingly slow paced, asking the player to be pretty strategic on harder difficulties, so learning the layout and item spawns and figuring out where enemies are going to be located is most definitely key. Arenas are just really well realized, ranging from those wide open spaces as we discussed earlier, and later transitioning into those closeted spaces just makes it feel very claustrophobic at times, however really exhilarating to rip through. This wouldn't mean a thing, however, if it wasn't for how incredible the gunplay is. It's tons of fun being able to bounce between those open spaces, ducking behind pillars and rock formations, and then moving into those tight linear forerunner spots, offering tons of challenging combat segments, mainly due to the lack of cover, forcing you to always stay on the offensive and learn how to efficiently move and weave through combat. It just feels exhilarating, and honestly, it never once showed its age for me. One of my favorite missions is the Silent Cartographer. It's a sick mixture of engaging onslaught as you arrive on the beach, tons of gunplay, tons of hype moments, as you later transition into vehicle transportation, getting your marines from point to point, drifting through these interesting rock structures and making sure you slide into enemies, taking them down with ease. Later, making your way into a forerunner architecture for the first time, really making sure you feel claustrophobic and cramped as elites just keep coming and coming in droves. It's a really good showcase of what Halo is about and how engaging the gameplay can be. Oh, and of course we can't forget about one of the best and worst FPS missions ever made. You all know the one, the library. When the Chief is introduced to the Flood, it really is a slow, effective build-up, showing off how scared both the Marines and Covenant are of this new parasitic threat. The Flood are terrifying too. They rightfully deserve every ounce of build-up they had. They will stop at nothing to see you dead, and will go out of their way to infect the host of your enemies and take over their bodily functions. There's something unnerving about how the Flood takes over a host and retains all of its abilities like the elite shields or the Marines' armor. Along with introducing them comes a brand new gameplay loop, which is the fact that the Flood chews through your ammo with ease, turning Halo into this typical sci-fi shooter and something more reminiscent of an alien horror film. These guys just chew through ammo like it's absolutely nothing, and it often had me scrounging for leftovers whenever I could. The main downside of the level is, well, everything else. The layout is just really really confusing, and it makes it hard to figure out where I need to go, and it makes a already long level, well, pretty confusing and tedious. I'm willing to let it slide, however, because I really loved the atmosphere it brought to the game, and the change of pace was too much fun to explore. In conclusion, introducing the Flood was a great way to shake up gameplay and keep things moving, and with that being said, we're kind of approaching the end of the game. Chief and Cortana and the UNSC decide to just blow the entire Halo ring up before it unleashes its super weapon, aka the Flood, that can wipe out the universe. You grab a makeshift nuke, head to the control center of Halo, and let it blow. The game ends with Chief and Cortana driving on a Warthog, making a daring last-minute escape off the ring as it explodes in the distance, setting up for a possible sequel, as it seems the Flood and Covenant and all that stuff's kind of left in the air, and well, we're just gonna have to see where things go from there. Will Chief be able to stop the next threat? Well, tune in the next game. Halo Combat Evolved is an incredible experience with very well crafted gameplay, a surprisingly haunting and effective atmosphere, and of course, a phenomenally orchestrated score that altogether makes one heck of a start to this brand new franchise. I actually highly recommend it, and if you ever get the chance to play it, I really want you guys to. In my opinion, I really recommend playing the Halo PC port with some fan-made mods to help bring back that authentic Halo experience. However, if you can't get your hands on any of that stuff, then the Halo Master Chief Collection port is more than sufficient enough. Sorry for the little tangent, I just really felt that you guys as the audience should know that. Anyways, with Halo 1 being finished and wrapped up, it sold gangbusters on the original Xbox, and the sequel was quickly put into work. However, thankfully it wasn't rushed out the door. Bungie took their sweet time with Halo 2, releasing it winter of 2004, offering tons of new features, brand new campaign, and a surprisingly large emphasis on the Xbox Live multiplayer. Thankfully, however, this didn't mean they skimped out on the campaign the second time round, so without further ado, let's jump straight into Halo 2. This time we start out with a Covenant cutscene. You see, one of these elite troops seems to be under fire by some religious higher-ups for his mistakes on the first Halo. The Covenant were trying to protect Halo, the ring world. It's a sacred religious artifact to them, and this guy right here, he messed up big time. They all throw him under the bus, and he's quickly taken away and branded a heretic, ridiculed, and even branded and tortured by the Covenant forces. However, things seem to look up for him a tiny bit when they start calling him the Arbiter, branding him with a higher power and giving him a second lease at life. They gave him the task of hunting down the demon and finding the next Halo ring, as it's now up to this guy Arbiter to keep it under protection along with other elite forces and the Covenant assisting him. Meanwhile, Master Chief is running some diagnostics for some new Spartan armor after his daring mission on the original Halo, and after running some tests, Sergeant Johnson comes and snatches him up. They make their way over to their award ceremony and get complimented for their fine work on the Halo ring. And then suddenly, yep, that's right, the Covenant attack targeting Earth. Once again, the space station is under siege, and Chief has to work to protect not just the UNSC space station, but also Earth. He makes quick work of the Covenant forces and launches their own bomb directly back onto Covenant supercruisers, using the explosion to launch himself back to the Earth's atmosphere. Now it's up to Master Chief to head back to Earth, protect the fine citizens of the planet, and of course take out the Covenant threat once again. Halo 2 is a weird one for me personally. On one hand, there are a slew of improvements I very much enjoy, but on the other, there's this weird split perspective that really puts a damper on my enjoyment factor. The Arbiter sections are some of the most tedious missions in the entire Halo franchise, at least throughout the Bungie run, and many of the missions consist of these weird auto-run, slow-moving platforms and elevator segments with enemies falling from every which way, or those semi-on-rail shooting vehicle segments where it just goes on and on for ages. Sure, the core gunplay with the Arbiter is great fun. It's nice to use some of the new Covenant weapons like the Carbine and iconic Energy Sword, and it's really cool to go invisible and sneak behind enemy lines despite it being really way too simple and dumbed down. The second downside is, well, the main enemy types of the Covenant campaign, minus the brutes you fight towards the end of the game, are the Flood, and well, they just aren't that fun to fight in Halo 2, at least when you're playing as the Arbiter. Since the Flood kind of became the semi-main enemies of Halo 2, it's extremely easy to take them down compared to how they performed in Halo 1. Obviously, this makes the Flood less scary and terrifying to take on, they just feel like more of a nuisance that swarms you with enemies and feels like their sole purpose is to give you ammo rather than drain you of it. Despite those flaws, however, the Arbiter's campaign sections are still pretty fun, albeit a little more linear than I would like. They don't overstay their welcome, so it's okay. I just preferred how the Master Chief's campaign missions played out in this game overall to how the Arbiter's campaign missions played out. That being said, level design, despite being, again, as I stated, a lot more linear than Halo 1, is really diverse in terms of the combat arenas presented. It always feels like I'm doing something entirely new. Also, seeing Earth for the first time in the Halo universe was really sick. It was really cool to explore, well, a lot of it, from the slummy outskirts of Kenya as you fight your way onto a highway overtaken by Covenant forces, to visiting the second Halo and jumping from scarab to scarab, infiltrating those things from the inside and taking them down. The mission structure always changed things up, and it kept things from ever being stale. Also, I really have to commend the wonderful job of mixing in those open and linear environments once again. There are a decent chunk of new mechanics and vehicles that are added to help make gameplay improved. For starters, Chief no longer needs his medkits. His shields auto-recharge after taking cover for around 2 to 3 seconds. Chief also has some new weapons at his disposal. I mean, we already mentioned the Covenant Carbine and Energy Sword, but he also has access to the rapid-fire SMG that makes quick works of everyone's shields, the 3-round burst as battle rifle, which is a very efficient mid to long range weapon that does a gorgeous job of ripping through enemy shields and bullet sponges, and we also have the Beam Sniper, a new tool the Jackals come equipped with, making you really want to be careful where you're taking cover from, as these guys can pinpoint you and shred your shields in mere seconds. Finding cover and finding a good time to pop out and shoot those guys with a well-placed headshot is absolutely crucial. And lastly, the Brute Grenade Launcher. It's a subpar device that does a so-so job of blowing up baddies and causing enemies to scatter, perfect for the small clusters of Jackals and Grunts, however not the best when it comes to those larger enemies due to the grenades being a little bit too bouncy and a little too easy to dodge. Combat overall feels really good, especially during the Master Chief sections. I love the mini boss fights you have against the Scarabs and Brutes, and in a similar vein to Halo 1, the introduction of the enemy type, the Brutes, offer a really strong challenge. These guys are straight up rush down warriors. They even throw down their guns and start charging you in full force, throwing boxes and turrets and whatever else has the misfortune of getting in their path. All the new additions gel really well together and really helps in the diversity with the mission structure and design. It really makes gameplay feel like that next strong step, minus the somewhat boring and janky Arbiter sections. Oh, and on top of that, it is really sick to fight these new drone-like enemies. These guys really are going to make you want to figure out where's the right place to aim your shot, and really challenges your aim and pushes you over the edge. A little bit annoying to take down, they definitely feel like gnats, but I think that's kind of the point. They're really fun enemies to take on, and they come equipped with just a plasma pistol and needler most of the time, so they're not too annoying to fight. All these new additions just gel together really well, and I definitely enjoyed everything the enemies had to offer. Oh, and as a quick side note, I really love the remastered anniversary visuals. The improved textures and foliage makes the game pop, as well as extremely solid lighting and colors being extremely vibrant throughout each mission. The art direction is as superb as can be, and does a wonderful job of showing off how varied the Halo world truly is. Halo 2 is a great campaign, yet probably the weakest out of the original trilogy, solely because of those Arbiter drag sections where it's just not much going on in auto-run segments. Sure, they do get better towards the end of his run, which I definitely agree with, but for the most part, they're a bit too slow and repetitive for my taste. Still, it was very cool to see the Covenant side of the Halo universe, and it had a wonderful deep dive into their politics and lifestyle, as well as expanding the ever-growing Flood parasite and its mastermind. Now we wait for Halo 3 so we could finish the fight. Halo 3 is a pivotal step forward in the Halo franchise, graphics taking a humongous leap seeing how we are on the next generation of consoles here. Lighting is massively improved, and most importantly, the areas feel much more dense and packed to the brim with minor details, and a lot more vast than what was offered on the Xbox counterparts. Also, as a nice bonus, it is very nice to see Halo 3 in 4K on the Xbox One X via backwards compatibility, or if frame rate is more your thing, you could play with a super strong 60 FPS 1080p option via the Master Chief Collection. Halo 3 starts with you crash landing back onto Earth after the events of you being left out in space through Halo 2. You do finish the fight, but now it's time for you to get back to the ground and figure out what's going on with the Flood invasion as they try to take over not just Earth, but the entire universe. It's also strange to see the Arbiter collaborating with the UNSC. This causes Chief to stand up in a panic, but turns out he's on our side. Although they don't really see eye to eye, they do understand that the Flood is a much greater threat, and the elites weren't really big fans of the way the Covenant was treating them, as the Covenant has completely pushed them out with the Brute Rebellion happening in Halo 2. Now it's up to Master Chief to find Cortana, who was taken by the Gravemind, put a stop to the Flood threat, and it's up to Arbiter to take down the corrupt Covenant and bring his elites back to the side of the good. Off the bat, I love the way the Arbiter is incorporated in Halo 3 much more over Halo 2. Thanks to the story having the Chief and the Arbiter work directly together, it makes those co-op segments in the game's story flow a lot better, seeing how they are side by side experiencing the same story and similar combat sequences. The new main enemies this time around are the Brutes. They are much more difficult, surprisingly, than their Halo 2 appearance, often playing a lot more tactically and ducking behind cover and then bum rushing your position in swarms when the going gets tough, coming lock and loaded with many 2-to-1 hit kill weapons like the grenade launcher and gravity hammer, both of which you could take and turn the tables with. Now the chieftains were in Halo 2, but didn't appear until the last couple missions or so fighting the Brutes didn't really last that long. Here they are a lot more prevalent and spawn in clusters depending on which difficulty you're running. There are still the drone-like roaches, which are very frustrating little bugs to take down, flying all around all over the place. And lastly, of course, we have the Flood. The new designs of the Flood are absolutely terrifying. These guys literally go inside of Marines, Brutes, Elites, whatever their host is, and turn their bodies into something disgusting, and the animations show it in excruciatingly painful detail. When defeated, they don't just die either. They also have the chance of turning into 3 new forms. These arachnoid creatures who crawl over walls, punching at you from all over the place, these scorpion-like splitters that shoot needlers and spikes at you, and of course the tank Flood, that is the huge hulking enemy that takes what feels like endless bullets to take down, and it doesn't play any games, often throwing physic objects at you like paper mache and ripping through you in 1 to 2 hits. The new Flood are tons of fun to take on, and they're always evolving, changing forms, and making the most of the open spaces, turning into a claustrophobic death trap, and it does an efficient job of making me feel like this is truly leading up to the potential end of the universe. Level design is a huge step forward, mainly because it's the first game to take all the elements of the Halo games, the big open spaces of Halo 1, the more linear levels of Halo 2, and the vehicle sections of both, and puts them together in multiple cohesive multi-layered missions. You'll go from defending a UNSC base from an onslaught of Brutes and other Covenant forces. The next thing you know, you're escorting tons of injured Marines out of the base onto a Pelican to safety as hordes of Covenants and Flood try to put a stop to you. Sure, it's nothing out of the ordinary for Halo, but the sheer scale of these attacks, the forces on display here, are what makes Halo 3 just a bit more intense in terms of battles. The locations are also just plenty more varied than previous entries. It's really cool to finally explore more of the Flood's natural habitat and learn how they could take single parts of a planet and transform them into disgusting breeding grounds, with tons of sick visual storytelling showing off just how badly these guys need to be eviscerated. Re-exploring what I thought would be the last Halo ring was a treat as well, as it felt like a proper send-off and gave a good excuse to travel through desert and island-like areas, which were pretty neato to explore. The combat arenas felt much more diverse here too, mainly thanks to the ever-changing Flood, but the mini boss fights known as the Scarabs mixed in with the standard hunters and chieftains offered a hearty challenge, and the locations they spawned in felt fitting and made the gameplay pretty challenging as a bonus. Gameplay is also as great as ever. The introduction of equipment added a dynamic dark side to Halo I never expected to see. Mainly the bubble shield and power drain equipment caused the AI to change drastically. They'll group in bubble shields and throw them down as drastic measures to retreat or flank your position, or if they throw a power drain at you, completely overwhelm you in gunfire, making you want to discover the equipment and destroy it as quickly as possible. Couple that with the much more enclosed environments during these more equipment heavy sections, and you're talking about one of the most tactical, bombastic, and cinematic campaigns out of the entire trilogy. It's a breathtaking wrap up of the Halo series, and it's also satisfying to see the Chief finally finish the fight. Also, I can't believe I've gone this far without truly mentioning how outstanding the soundtrack by Martin O'Donnell is. The score is out of this world. It feels like something right out of a movie, from the haunting soundtrack that plays through the Gravemind level to the classic Halo theme blaring during battle sections. It's all extremely impressive work that deserves tons of support and love. If you ever get the chance, I really recommend listening to it on Spotify. Nevertheless, Halo 3 is definitely my favorite campaign out of the trilogy. It's tightly packed with content, locations are plenty diverse, and has the most interesting mission design out of the bunch. The mission diversity is most definitely understated here. There is so much variety in vehicle usage, and of course the on-foot sections that just makes this truly feel like the last Halo game. Taking a Falcon and getting a bunch of Marines loaded on as you fly through island to island, taking down these pylons and doing what you need to do to save the universe is absolutely satisfying. And the sense of scale and open-ended environments really makes combat feel like a true encounter of your own wits. It isn't just go here and do this like in Halo 2, nor is it just giant open spaces where you kind of go guns blazing, whether in a vehicle or on foot in Halo 1. Here it feels like a really tightly packed condensation of both styles, mixing and matching them perfectly, and each section just feels grand. I really enjoyed everything they had to offer in Halo 3, and the missions were out of this world, especially that final level. To wrap up the original trilogy segment, I loved revisiting the Halo trilogy. They rekindled my love for the franchise, and it was super exciting re-exploring the world and all the characters that make it up. Now we take quite the detour and visit some side ops from the Halo universe, starting with ODST. So remember the random ODST troopers you saw throughout the various Halo games? Well, now we have a full game based off of them. In comes the squad Alpha 9 with some of the most generic squad members I've seen in a game in quite a while. The lineup consists of Buck, the somewhat straight and narrow leader of Alpha 9, who's on the, well, straight and narrow, Dutch, the demo member who acts exactly like how you envision a demo member to act, brash, annoying, gets himself hurt and injured a lot, Mickey, the explosive ordnance guy who's just a chill laid back dude, and Romeo, the quiet sniper. Oh, and how could I forget about you, the player character Rookie, a silent prototype who crash landed to some building in Mumbai, Africa, and it's up to you to piece together what happened to your squad by completing various objectives and finding clues laid out throughout the overworld. When you find these clues and activate them, you'll be sent into a playable mission where you'll play through as one of your comrades to discover the events of what happened, to later piece together a bigger puzzle. Now, before I get too into gameplay, I should let you guys know that this is indeed a spin-off. It's a really short and sweet experience, clocking in around 4.5 hours with a pretty dull mission structure. Most missions, if not almost every single mission, basically consist of you moving to a waypoint, a bunch of dumb things happen to you, and then you're gonna have to sit and defend it for a couple minutes, cue a cutscene, get thrown back into the hub world, and rinse and repeat. It gets old really fast, and despite some pretty interesting ideals, there's just not enough gameplay wise to carry it. This is mainly thanks to the lack of enemy variety. It's drastically dropped down. Here we only have the brutes, grunts, jackals, and the new enemy type, the engineers, to fight. It's just missing the tactics that the previous Halos provided. Now they did bring back medkits in a way, seeing how the ODST can't use shields. They're a lot more fragile than a Spartan, which is an interesting concept. However, the execution here is just lacking a little bit. I honestly feel like I was constantly playing a slight nerfed version of the Chief rather than an actual fragile ODST member. Gameplay and missions just weren't that great. Yeah, there again were some standout moments, as particularly the mission Kikowani Station, because there was a lot more diversity here than offered in anything else throughout the whole game. Being able to take banshees and fly from point to point, activating bridges and pylons to help move your crew across was really satisfying and fun to pull off, and the amount of variety they had here in terms of the aerial combat into on foot sections was something I felt the entire campaign could have used to help elevate it despite its short runtime. Story-wise, the only major things they really introduce is one more enemy type called the Engineer, who shields brutes and other Covenant forces, and when defeated, blows up into a cluster of explosive chunks. Oh, and they may or may not be how the Spartans get their shield abilities. Aside from all of that, ODST doesn't do a lot new. The story is really generic and felt like a test run for what we're going to see in Reach. The gameplay is pretty simple and the hub world just feels unnecessary. It's just an alright game, you know, nothing harmful, nothing too egregious. It was just okay, but it's not anything I could really recommend unless you are a die-hard Halo fan itching for some more gameplay and content. Despite the downsides, there is one really cool factor about ODST, however, and that's them introducing the firefight mode, a wave-based never-ending onslaught of Covenant enemies, and it's a ton of fun to play despite the ODST maps being a bit on the small side compared to what we're going to get in Reach. It's a really cool mechanic and it offered a ton of hype co-op matches, so I was really glad to see that they kept bringing this mode back in future installments. All in all, ODST isn't the worst, but it's not something I'm gonna recommend to you guys anytime soon. Play it if you're a Halo fan and want some more lore. Other than that, you could skip it and move right on to Reach, which I think we're gonna get to right now. Halo Reach, the prequel to the entire Halo trilogy. See, if you've been following the lore up to this point of release, reading up on the lore, the codex entries, listening to Marine dialogue throughout Halo, and of course reading the books, you would have learned about the most infamous event in the entire universe, the Fall of Reach, a huge battle that marks the Covenant's first major threat against the human race. We play as Noble 6 this time round, a special forces group of Spartans whose sole objective is to put a stop to the Covenant on Reach and protect Dr. Halsey with whatever means necessary. Dr. Halsey being the creator of both the Spartan program and the AI known as Cortana. You're introduced to the Noble Squad to help out with the fight on Reach, and you're no new guy on the team either. Your case file is blacked out, classified, you've been through hell and back, and the game's talking directly to longtime Halo fans and treating us like the cool guys we are. Reach really does feel like a genuine heart-filled adventure with a wonderful, albeit a bit more cinematic prequel and send-off to not just the Halo franchise, but to us longtime fans. Sure, we're back to basics in terms of gameplay since we're in the Mark 1 armor. We have medkits and shields returning along with some familiar spins on equipment from Halo 3. New equipment includes sprinting, a first in the Halo franchise, the jetpack for reaching higher ground, the armor lock ability for nullifying all damage you take, and some familiar equipment drops like the drop shield, which is very reminiscent of the bubble shield from Halo 3, but unlike the Halo 3's bubble shield, it can heal you in clutch moments. Also different from Halo 3 is how equipment doesn't have a one-time use. Each piece has its own recharge time and set of benefits and drawbacks, except the armor lock ability. Like at lower difficulties, maybe, sure, but on heroic, the minute or the second you use it, every enemy just stops driving, shooting, whatever they may be doing, waits for your shield to drop, and then pumps you full of lead. The equipment I used the most was the handy drop shield. It covers me from incoming fire, it recharges my health without a med kit, and it's really helpful in a pinch. Gameplay is very reminiscent of Halo 3. It's really refreshing to visit a new place that isn't Earth or a Halo ring this time, and on top of that, we finally get to explore and battle and Reach, the fabled first planet that fell to the Covenant's attacks, and experiencing Reach was so hype. We traveled through farmlands, underground mines, skyscrapers, inside the city buildings, desert canyons, and yes, even space. Gameplay here locale-wise is easily their most diverse work yet. My personal favorite mission is a long night of solace, starting from ground level, working your way into a space hangar, brute forcing your way onto the actual spaceship, going all the way into space to take on a Covenant spaceship, using a black hole slip space bomb to detonate it, and finally finish off with a crash landing back onto Reach is one of the most hype missions I've played in a first-person shooter, honestly, of all time. And all of that without any scripted moments, no quick time events, no slow crawling, it's all gameplay. You are actually controlling the ship, you're actually entering these dogfights, you're actually landing onto the Covenant dropship. All of it is just rewarding. It's truly some of the most creative challenging, and most importantly, enjoyable segments I've played in the entire Halo franchise. And every mission feels like this for the most part. Jumping from skyscraper to skyscraper in a Falcon, going inside buildings and taking down Covenant forces, saving hostages as you try to escort them off of Reach as the entire planet is just burning to the ground, it just feels a lot more expansive than any previous Halo. Oh, and of course, par for the course, we have some new weapons to mess around with. The now standard GOAT weapon on the UNSC, the DMR, a semi-automatic rifle that's perfect for headshots, the new UNSC standard grenade launcher, a needler rifle which is self-explanatory, the plasma repeater, aka you pick this up over the plasma rifle, on top of the UNSC grenade launcher which is remote operated and awesome for taking down groups of foes. You also have the plasma launcher which can be charged and dish out up to 4 plasma cluster grenades. Each weapon has a purpose, and throughout the campaign they're given just frequently enough so I had plenty of variety to work with. The weapons are all fun and really diverse to use, and the mission structure, as stated before, is some of the best in any Halo game. It is some of the largest, longest, and most expansive missions, and they never, despite their long runtime, overstay their welcome. You're constantly moving from different objectives, blowing stuff up, activating pylons, and yes, even the defend the point segment similar to ODST. They really did take all the best aspects and all the things we learned from each game, boosted the engine, boosted the gameplay, and just made something absolutely incredible. Oh, and the storyline, despite having some pretty simplistic characters, I just can't deny it is one of the most gut-wrenching stories in Halo history. Don't lie, you guys definitely got choked up watching your team get picked off one by one throughout cutscenes. The whole game is just sublime, and it really does feel like a perfect way for Bungie to end the franchise and move on to new beginnings. The way they sent off Noble 6, aka you as the player, at the very end of the game was really bittersweet. Having you actually sit down and play your final moments was something that was really hard to do playing through tears. The overall tone of the story was a lot more grim, dark, but yet still filled with hope, as we all know the events afterwards eventually ends with Master Chief saving the universe. And it was just a wonderful send-off to Bungie's last hurrah in the Halo universe. As you all know, soon after Halo Reach release, Bungie left Microsoft Studios and later worked with Activision to go on and create the Destiny franchise, a game franchise I will cover later down the road in the future, as I do actually want to get around to finishing Destiny 2 with all the DLC and Destiny 1 with all its DLC, but in the meantime, I figured we'll let bygones be bygones and let Bungie have their wonderful send-off to the Halo franchise here. So, with Bungie leaving, we have a new studio on the way, 343 Industries, a studio made up of Halo fans and industry veterans. So how will they stack up creating their new Halo trilogy? Well, to be blunt, pretty poorly. Halo 4 is the most confused, disrespectful, disgraceful game in the entire franchise. I mean, the whole hook of Halo 4's main storyline, the entire Reclaimer saga they're building up, is trying to make Master Chief feel more human. Now, as a Halo fan, I'm pretty sure you all understand how dumb of an ideal this is to begin with. I mean, Chief is human. They showed us his humanistic side officially in, oh, I don't know, Halo 2 and 3, the game where he's going out of his way to find Cortana, which, by the way, is the crux of the entire plot throughout the new trilogy. It's just really such a generic way to give life to a character in a sci-fi reboot. Oh, he's a big hulking space marine, we must give him a motive and a fake deep is he a machine or human narrative so the player can relate. Yeah, but they're missing one fatal flaw to what made Master Chief so great. It's that MR. It's got a satisfying punch to it and really good sound design, but overall it's just okay. And the binary rifle is a super satisfying sniper I didn't get to use too often, but really cool at disintegrating enemies nonetheless. There's also a sticky detonator that's just a evolution of the grenade launcher, so that's always cool to use, and some cool new vehicles like the powerhouse that is the Mantis and Mongooses now have missiles strapped to them. The Mantis is a sweet mech that stomps on evildoers and comes strapped with missiles, machine guns, and a bunch of ammunition galore. It's always a blast to use in combat. Sadly, when it's introduced, it's always the most scripted sections. Also, new weapons and vehicles, they're just not enough to save this game. We have such bland mission design here with plenty of waiting and transporting and going through auto run sections between objective to objective, very annoying enemies that all feel like their goal is to either snipe from afar or teleport all over the place, often causing you to just waste ammo or, well, wait patiently for them to pop in wherever they're going to be. And if that's not the case, they're just going to swarm your position with a bunch of instant-kill rocket launchers and melee attacks, then teleport back out. It's extremely scripted, with way too many events of the Promethean screaming at your face or forcing you to collide broken elevator shafts with the most obvious cues telling you exactly when to dodge out of the way of incoming debris. This story is just a mess, a stupid forced chosen one plot with really ham-fisted dialogue and set pieces, and the gameplay is just mad linear and restrictive, even making the vehicle sections feel, well, pointless, as you're set to follow a pretty obvious route rather than explore to your own will. Oh yeah, and it has the most tedious enemies I've ever had the misfortune of taking on in a Halo game. Halo 4 is just a mess, and talking about it, it just makes me really sad. Oh, and no firefight? They took it out for some bland, generic Spartan Ops mode, cause you know, out of all the things we wanted from our Halo, it was a Modern Warfare inspired rip-off mode with episodic entries we had to wait for. Hey, at least the game graphically does look really dang good, and it has a steady 60 FPS once again with the Master Chief Collection, and I won't lie, the sound design is extremely solid. However, it's just not enough to save a really bland and forgettable game that I want to wipe from the face of the earth. 343 overall just clearly showed with this game they had no idea what they were doing with the Halo franchise. It's like they wanted to create their own thing, but they had to shoehorn Master Chief and the crew into it. Hopefully they'll pick up the slack with Halo 5 Guardians, although my expectations are pretty low, as this is, no joke, the only Halo campaign I haven't played, because everything I heard about it was so awful I decided to not go through with it until this very video right now. Second verse, same as the first. Similar to Halo 2, this time our story has a new protagonist. Welcome in Spartan Locke to the party, the Spartan who works for Oni along with his squad mates and has the objective of fighting and stopping the rogue AI Cortana and ringing in the blue team, aka Mr. Master Chief himself, before things get too out of hand. And on the blue team side of things, we have Master Chief and his squad with their tasks to, I guess, find Cortana. They didn't really explain it. Take her down once and for all and wipe her completely from the universe, as she's going off the rails with her Forerunner influence rampancy. Her end objective is to summon the Guardians of the Universe that scatter them about searching for Halo rings and destroying any planet or anyone that gets in her way so she could build the universe anew. However, in order to stop her, they're going to need Master Chief and the blue team. Now, as per usual, it's up to the blue team to stop Cortana, Locke's team to find the Chief and put an end to Cortana's shenanigans, as well as stopping the rogue Covenant troops from splintering off of Arbiter's control. Halo 5's campaign is honestly leagues ahead of Halo 4. It still got the Force Chief as an anti-hero stuff with Locke running all around the galaxy trying to stop Chief, only for him to basically, at the tail end of the game, just go up to him and be like, hey sir, can we please team together? So can we take down Cortana as a team? Like it's some fairy tale friendship bracelet. I don't know what was going on with that. It's definitely a lot less focused than 4. However, at least it's not as egregious as 4. I honestly don't even mind Spartan Locke that much. Yeah, he's a bit of a straight edge kind of guy, but his squad has some decently funny banter, my favorite of which being Buck and going back to the Covenant habitats. Then going back to the Covenant habitats habitat and finding out about the group of marauders who are doing wrong by the Arbiter was an interesting piece of lore to learn about. And yeah, seeing the Arbiter back was kinda cool, to be admittedly fair. The major downside is, despite the story clearly being a tell about Chief Cortana, Blue Team only has like 3 missions, with the bulk of the game being about Locke's weird journey to find him. It's really frustrating not being able to see both perspectives efficiently, and Chief's sections move way too fast for me to even figure out what's going on or why I should even care. It's got a bit of that Halo 2 syndrome, but far worse in the other direction this time round. However, despite my nagging, I did enjoy the tale told here much more than Halo 4, and again, Locke wasn't that bad of a protagonist to follow. The core issue is the fragmented storytelling and the forced themes the narrative tries to shove down the player's throat, which is a similar issue that Halo 4 had. So how is gameplay? And well, on that front, is it even decent? Well, for starters, levels are definitely a lot more open than usual. There's a lot of environments where vehicles are actually able to be utilized to their full potential. Even the more linear levels have a lot stronger focus in their design, lots of less scripted transportation segments like in Halo 4, and more open areas where gunplay can strive, going for a more co-op focused campaign. Speaking of which, gunplay is definitely, well, more Call of Duty-esque. Each gun has iron sights, whether it's a mini zoom in with an overlay or a full-on ion scope. Alongside a slew of new Spartan abilities, we now have an evasive dash used to escape or move through combat encounters, a fully implemented sprint button along the new Spartan charge where you sprint at full speed ahead and then slam into the opposition, and Spartans can also use this ability in midair with a ground pound. The game looks and sounds absolutely amazing, especially the new Magnum pistol sound. Personally, my favorite pistol sound in the entire Halo franchise, so the thing about it is very satisfying to use and reload with. Mission objectives do a so-so job of variation. The level design definitely helps in that case. There's a really cool segment where you use your thrusters to platform around an elevator falling from a super high skyscraper as you shake off Promethean and Covenant pursuers. That was a huge standout for me, and more segments like that would have went a long way for this game. Thankfully, they're not too few and far between here, and they're featured heavily throughout the campaign. Weapon variety is back and mainly focuses on bringing back classics like the SMG, battle rifle, and other Halo essentials. What really makes the game is the fixed enemy variety. The classic Covenants are still here, and yes, they are more tactical and cunning over their Halo 4 counterparts, finally hiding behind boxes, camping on ledge, and doing their best to draw you out of cover. The Prometheans introduced a new enemy type, the Promethean Soldier. These are pretty standard armored troops who carry around light rifles and suppressors, who have breakable armor similar to shielded elites. Hitting those vital points will demolish these guys with ease, but blind firing and not targeting them will give you not only an ammo drain, but a really hard time. Which means, yep, the Promethean Knights are finally fixed. No more annoying teleporting all over the place like a laggy scorpion you fight in MK11. Now they play a lot more brute force oriented, swarming your position with scatter shots and overwhelming you and your partners in combat, and popping their head full of lead when the armor is breaking off. Small weapon tweaks go a long way too, like the Magnum power being just a bit stronger and the bolt pistol having a really satisfying 3-round burst. All in all, Halo 5 is a competent entry, all things considered. There's not a lot new here, it plays it extremely safe. As a matter of fact, all of the new stuff I really want to cover is in the multiplayer section, which is a first for the Halo franchise. Sure, it's definitely a mediocre title and the ending is such a weird cliffhanger, but at the end of the day, it's nothing I'd put under Halo 4, and honestly, I'd even say I enjoyed it a bit more than ODST, especially if you could run in there with a bunch of co-op friends. And that will conclude my thoughts on every single Halo campaign. If I were to rank these games from best to worst, it'd go as follow. Halo 3 was obviously, in my opinion, the definitive one. It is just a very well-rounded game. It is a perfect send-off to the Halo franchise, and playing through all the missions was really exhilarating, not only at the time, but replaying it now in 2020. Combat Evolved follows second. There's just so much done right with the simplistic gunplay and in beautiful environments that you can't go wrong with this classic, and the level design minus the library is really strong and a testament to showing how much that game paved the way for first-person shooters as time went on. Many people to this day are using the stuff Halo Combat Evolved is using right now, and I feel like it deserves its compliments. Number 3 is Halo Reach. There's just a lot really done well here, and honestly I could see it going above Combat Evolved if it wasn't for a couple of nagging issues I have with it, mainly just being the fact that some of the equipment equipment just isn't that useful to use, and some sections do get a tad repetitive. And following behind Reach, you have Halo 2. This is just the weird one of the entire trilogy, right? It just felt kind of awkward. There wasn't a lot bad there wasn't a lot good. It was kind of okay, but there was just a lot of weird sections with the Arbiter levels where you're literally doing nothing but fighting on hordes of Flood for upwards to 30 to 40 minutes as you just sit on a moving platform. I mean, stuff like that just didn't fly with me, and the Arbiter sections just felt really rushed, or like they didn't have enough time to flesh out the character the way they wanted to. And following behind that one is Halo 5 Guardians. The biggest surprise to me, because I thought this was going to be the one I'd hated the most, but it is actually pretty competent, and the fact that it is one of the few first-person shooters out there on the main market that's targeting a 60 FPS frame rate with a pretty satisfying gunplay and different mission design that definitely picked up towards the end, honestly has me a little bit hopeful for Infinite. If they could keep that same energy they were keeping up with towards those last 3 missions of Halo 5 Guardians, I could definitely see Infinite being one of the best Halo games we've had in quite some time. And behind that is ODST. It's a spin-off, there isn't a lot to say here. It's obviously mediocre because, to be blunt, the developers kind of made it mediocre. It's just good old Halo missing the good part. It's just okay Halo. Oh, and then Halo 4. This one isn't even a Halo game. I don't consider it a Halo game. It's just a Call of Duty clone with a Halo skin. Just literally play Black Ops 2 or Modern Warfare or anything from that era. I honestly will even recommend the Medal of Honor reboots. Like, they're literally better than this trash. Like, just don't play it. It's bad. There's so much you could go better with.
Hello everyone, my name is Young Falcon, and if anyone's wondering, that's right, I'm a humongous Halo fan.
Consider that a standing order.
Ever since I was a kid, as you could clearly see, I have been playing this franchise. Literally my very first video game in Master Chief was among my very first cosplays, so you can imagine this franchise means a ton to me. We even did a retrospective look back at the games a little bit back, about 2.5 years ago now, talking and leading up to Halo Infinite, which, you know, with all the delays and stuff that kind of went through, but you guys get the gist. This franchise means a ton to me. So when 343 finally came around and dropped that campaign earlier this week, and then on top of that, a multiplayer mode the month prior, I was getting really amped for Halo Infinite, and dare I say, started putting a little more faith into 343 after their numerous amount of blunders with 4 and 5, at least in my personal opinion. So it begs the question, is Halo MP really good? Is Halo Infinite's campaign living up to the potential of the Halo franchise? Or is it just another 343 experience waiting to be thrown to the wayside? All of this and more will be answered in my analysis, kicking it off with the campaign. Our story begins with Master Chief fighting many members of the Banished and the leader Atriox on the UNSC Infinity. Unfortunately, during this battle, he straight up loses and gets thrown into an airlock left to the cold grips of space. Some time passes as we're shown with the Marine on a Pelican, and he sees Chief floating out there and decides to pick him up, revive him essentially, and tell him a little bit about the situation and what's going on. We learn that the Banished have basically all but taken over, the UNSC is essentially dismantled, and we don't know where to go next. Unfortunately for him, he wants to go home, but Chief doesn't roll like that, so he picks up the nearest Magnum pistol, jumps out into the cold grips of space yet again, lands back on the UNSC Infinity destroyed, and gets to work trying to find out where the Banished exactly are and what he can do to put a stop to them. Off the bat, I gotta say, the presentation is through the roof. I really love the in-engine cutscenes, and all the dialogue exchanges felt very natural to to me, especially when it comes to Chief. The whole spacewalk section was just gorgeous. It really solidified the new direction 343 was taking, and the way he handles his Marines with such care and the Banished with such ferocity, it went a long way to show the game was going to do a lot more showing and a lot less telling like previous 343 Halo entries. The early missions of Halo Infinite just know what Halo is about and definitely give me a nostalgic feeling, harkening back to Halo Combat Evolved, with the numerous audio logs you can pick up found scattered across the world, and when you listen to them you get a little bit of nuggets of lore upon what's happening and how UNSC got to the point they're at, or how the Banished rose in power the way they did. All of it is truly 10 out of 10 story building and world building stuff that I definitely enjoyed, and I was already eager to keep running through the campaign, discovering more. So after I completed those first 2 missions and I saw that expansive open world open before my very eyes and I take over a outpost to kick things off, I knew I was in for a special time. That being said, we will not be spoiling Infinite Story in any capacity during this review, mainly because it's on Game Pass and there's numerous amount of cheap and accessible ways to play this game, and number 2, personally I don't think you guys would get the full effect, and I want to save a story analysis for a later date, you know, with the inevitable campaign updates and whatnot. That being said, however, I am going to give you guys the quick thoughts, and I gotta be honest, it is very, very good. I was thoroughly impressed with how well they handled Master Chief's mental and his psyche during the whole events with Cortana and whatnot, and the way they handle and deconstruct that. It was very fun to go through. I like the side characters you interact with. I even love all the little Marine dialogue and audio logs that you find throughout the world. And yes, with the villains, despite them being a bit on the generic side, the Banished that is, I ended up really respecting them because of the way they handle their honor and the way they do things. It actually made them a bit endearing to take on, especially with all the bounties and stuff scattered throughout the open world. What I'm saying is, all the story elements of the game, from the UNSC falling to the Banished rising, feel like they definitely have a place in the open world. So the stuff you hear in the audio logs and the way the main story flows and progresses feels like it diegetically interacts with what you're doing in the moment-to-moment gameplay, and that's something that takes a lot of work and effort to make me feel good for throughout an open world, which I think the 343 devs in Infinite pulls off spectacularly. So 343 knocked it out the park with the plot, which is the first for them in my opinion. What about that gameplay? And I gotta say, yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Whoever was the mad lad who decided to unlock the grappling hook out the gate definitely deserves a raise. The way you are allowed to utilize it with the environment is just too much fun. Of course, you can grapple from high places and play with the verticality of Zeta, Halo, and whatnot, but on top of that, you're allowed to pull power cores and whatnot towards you and throw them at enemies, causing for huge explosions, and they all are different functions too. Some are plasma that leave damage over time, some are straight explosive, and one is this haze light that can just straight up vaporize your enemies. Utilizing all these in your environment with the grappling hook is just a ton of fun, and you find numerous upgrades to it that can make it a straight up beast, letting you electrocute enemies and hold them in place for backstabs, and even causing a little shockwave depending on how far you upgrade it. That stuff is all a ton of fun to mess around with, but to be fair, the other equipment is good as well. Harkening back to the Halo 3 days, we got stuff like the enhanced quote-unquote drop shield, you know, kind of like a bubble shield, where you place it down in front of you and you get to absorb bullets that are coming at you, of course with tiles breaking away eventually, or you can shoot out from it, which can supercharge your bullets depending on, again, how many upgrades you give it. That's a really fun mechanic that I utilize a ton, especially on heroic during some of the harder fights. Another great one is the thruster ability, being able to just quickly dodge out the way, perfect for taking on hunters when they get up in close and personal and never want to deal with those fuel cannons in front of your face. And finally, we have the sonar, an ability that pings enemies through walls and whatnot, and upon upgrades, once again, you can see health bars and figure out exactly how many shots are left in an enemy, which, to be honest, in Halo isn't really that useful because you break shields and headshot, you know, and break armor and headshot, but you know, it's cool that it's there. It's a little fun mechanic, I guess, for people that can't click heads. The hardest part about the equipment is remembering to switch off the grappling hook because it's so much fun to use. The amount of crazy vertical things that I've climbed to find skulls and whatnot on top of things with just the grappling hook is truly outstanding, and you know the devs put this in there because of players like me that are just gonna have a field day with it. Of course, remembering to switch off of that stuff during harder fights is absolutely a necessity on harder difficulties like heroic and legendary, because trust me, you're gonna need that drop shield upgrade during certain sections combinations to really lay on the hurt on certain foes. Equipment just feels really good to use, and taking on all the various strongholds never really got boring or tired for me. All the FOB bases, the bounties and whatnot, yes, it was a bit on the tedious side, but I love the combat loop so much I didn't really mind it too much, and the unlocks you gain throughout the game truly make you feel like you're rebuilding up the UNSC and getting some new swag for Master Chief to style on his enemies with. This naturally leads us to our hot button topic of Infinite's campaign, the open world. Now, as a Bungie Halo fan, Halo Combat Evolved in particular being among my favorite campaigns, I have zero qualms with the direction 343 took, as it feels like a natural next step for Halo as a franchise. As for the objectives scattered throughout the open world, personally I really enjoy taking them on. Clearing on FOB bases to get a place to fast travel towards, along with gearing up for your next journey, specifically picking out the right things and vehicles you need to take on bounty targets in particular, really was a satisfying experience, along with going around the map and saving all the UNSC squads, bringing them back to a safe haven at the FOB bases, and really getting the sense of accomplishment doubly so when you're bringing them in a Razorback and going to a banished outpost and taking on everyone with the UNSC troops you saved. To me, that is truly 10 out of 10 game design, and it's very satisfying to see the fruits of your labor pay off in huge ways during big confrontations that feel natural as you progress throughout the open world. The way the open world was structured went a long way in feeling like I, the player, was single-handedly bringing the UNSC back piece by piece and giving everyone stranded on the ring just a bit of hope. Adding on to that, the strongholds and outposts you take on really shake that generic open world feeling. There's only about 7 of them, and they each feel wildly different from each other despite the objectives you have to complete in them. All of them offer secret pathways, tall ridges to overlook and take sniper shots from, along with numerous other ways to plan your approach, just like the aforementioned bringing Marines in from the front door and blowing everything up. As for the banished forces, there are no pushovers. Brutes are going to charge you with their armor and you have to hit individual weak spots. It's also satisfying to watch each piece of armor break apart, landing that perfect headshot. And then of course you have the chieftains, who are just massive tanks with their scary gravity hammers or full-on turrets that you have to watch out for, and they can do a lot of damage on harder difficulties, believe me. Honestly, all of the enemy types, including the new drone-like enemies that they straight up borrowed from Halo 2, Halo 3 era, are a ton of fun to take on. Despite my praises, I do have one gripe with Halo Infinite's mission objectives and whatnot, and it just boils down to the bounties you get throughout the game. They're the only combat sections I found truly tedious. They're kind of just generic enemies with slightly powered up weapons and super beefy shields on harder difficulties, and it makes them a chore to take on. Later, after you defeat them, you can claim their weapon as your own, but the weapon you gain usually doesn't do much extra. A slightly beefed up energy sword, a disruptor that explodes after like 2 to 3 hits instead of 4 to 5. It's standard stuff, but slightly upgraded. It doesn't really feel that worth getting. To wrap up the open world discussion, personally, I got a huge kick out of exploring Zeta Halo. The grappling hook and swinging around like Spider-Man never got old. The numerous amounts of vehicles you collect from clearing things and getting Valor was really awesome to use, and once again, nothing is more satisfying than getting and rallying my troops to ride into main missions or strongholds and do what we do best, which is clear them, take out the banished, and save some more of our troops and bring them home. Everything about the open world, AI banter, gameplay design, etc. feels real good to play, and I can recommend it off of that alone. But then you get that little neat bow on top of an already perfect product with the gunplay and audio design. And I gotta say, guns feel so good in this game. All of them feel so good. That punchy kick of the battle rifle vibrating in your controller and hearing the echoing 3-round burst across canyon sides, just perfection. As you can tell, every gun has this kinetic punch to it, and the 1-2 combo of firing your weapon, running out of ammo, and scrambling for either a melee kill or throwing some grenades makes it truly feel like I'm doing all the classic Halo shenanigans that we all love the franchise for. And don't you think I forgot about that OST? It's got a mixture of classic Halo tracks we've all come to love while bringing something slightly new yet familiar in terms of flavor with the composers Curtis Schweitzer, Joel Korolets, and Gareth Cooker. These guys did a phenomenal job capturing the sound and essence of Halo, especially during those Forerunner segments. They got that mysterious whimsy but a kind of haunting feel to it, which is like perfect for the Forerunner locations, and the piano and violin combos that play during the harder emotional beats between the weapon and Master Chief just really hit the nail on the head. It's perfect. 343 knocked it out of the park and really brought Halo back to form while taking a giant step forward for the franchise, and personally is in my top favorite Halo campaigns now, which is no easy task. It is very hard to top the Bungie originals, but in my opinion, Infinite definitely has a lot of potential, and the game that we got here was truly outstanding work from everyone on the team. Okay, so enough gushing about the campaign. Let's talk about the multiplayer, which is where a majority of my complaints lie. Firstly, the pros, gunplay and movement, and most importantly the map design is very impressive and well done. It feels good to land headshots, the announcer gassing you up when you get medals is nice, and it's a structurally sound game minus some strange ping issues. But it's so bare bones, with no forge mode at launch, something I 100% understand yet really miss, and the lack of content in terms of substantial unlocks. I have been really let down with the multiplayer grind experience minus the ranked mode, which has its own slew of issues. To be blunt, the battle pass sucks. Half of it feels like XP bonuses or challenge swaps, mainly because the weekly challenge objectives are handled so poorly, and the RNG to complete simple tasks basically all but requires a challenge swap. Like for example, let's just say you get one that's like, hey, you have to get 2 stockpile match wins or get up to 10 double kills in Fiesta during the event they had, and I'm like, some of this stuff is just unfair, man. Like, one, you have to hope you get queued into a stockpile match, then you have to hope you can win it. That's 2 big things that are really annoying right there. And then after, say you even complete the match and win, or complete the match and lose or whatnot, you're not rewarded for your time at all. You barely get any XP from half these things, which is probably why they want the XP bonus to kick in. You can pop off, go dummy hard in either a ranked match, an online quick play match, or a BTB, and you'll get absolutely nothing for it because you didn't complete an objective and or buy the battle pass for XP bonuses. I don't like that. Also, it's gotta be said, the lack of cool multiplayer unlocks despite me collecting all 39 lockers in the campaign is definitely disappointing. I don't get why I get all this armor coating and can't even use it on everything. Like, it's only locked for certain vehicles or certain weapon camos or certain Spartan camos, and it's like, I just don't like that. Just let me use the colors on everything like previous Halos. It's just a really weird arbitrary mechanic, and once again, you're the only shooter on the market doing stuff like this. Overall, multiplayer is just a bit too bare bones at the moment for me personally as a casual fun experience, at least for long periods of time. It's fun to hop in for a match or two, but I'm gonna need some more maps, some more fan-made modes and whatnot to make it more than just a fun free-to-play distraction and more of a serious free-to-play game to play. Hopefully when Forge drops, they'll fix all of that stuff. Now finally, we have ranked, and I'm not gonna hold you, this was one of the most infuriating experiences I've ever had in any FPS ranked. You know, rage quitters galore, check. Barely any elo gain off of lengthy strongholds and oddball matches, absolutely. Enemy spawning right on top of your team, or your team spawning right on top of the enemy, you love to see it. There are so many things that add up and ultimately create a experience I found less and less rewarding as I carried on throughout my Onyx grind. But I did it. I hit Onyx, and honestly, what kept me going was the community, the people in there, despite whether they were modding at their friends in a Discord call or really trying to step their game up and communicate to get the dub. I found nothing but pure hard fighting Spartans on my way to the top. There were definitely some suspect people online, but throughout my no joke 50+ hour journey, I never ran into anyone who was blatantly racist or homophobic during ranked play, and honestly I think that means a lot. It shows that the community's definitely grown up, and yeah, I can always just be nice that gamers aren't out here throwing things around just for the sake of throwing things around. And also on the brighter side, the maps you go on are pretty fun to play. Like, there's so many multi-level routes you can take, and it's always fun kind of fighting for different power items. My favorite spawn is easily rocket launcher on street. It is just a pure test of who's got the best aim or who wants to go for a big flank and stop them before they grab rocket launcher or whatnot. Like, there's a lot of strategies you can pull off on each map, even with low level team communication. Like, that's the best part. Oh, and the ping system is very good. Nice job on 343
putting that in the game day one. Like, if this game didn't have a ping system, I definitely would not be in Onyx by now, so congrats on them doing that. Well, that's gonna about do it, guys. Halo Infinite, personally, is an incredible time. The campaign is definitely a 9 to 10 out of 10 IMO, but the multiplayer does leave a lot to be desired. However, I know they're just getting it out the door, and they're gonna throw Forge mode in just like they did with Halo 5, and then everything will be bolstered by the time Forge comes out and fans are creating their own maps and game modes and whatnot to keep us coming back for more. That's all well and good, but I hope we don't stop here. I am expecting a firefight mode. Please, I really want firefight with how fun it is to take on enemies and whatnot in this game. That mode is sorely missing. Oh, and of course, please keep it coming with campaign updates. I think that would be a great way. I love this engine. I love the game so much that I don't want them to do a full new sequel like Call of Duty and Battlefield and whatnot, because I feel like the bones are in place for this to be a really well-made live service as long as they keep listening to feedback and keep doing things. They just announced that they're putting in SWAT and other Slayer playlists and whatnot, so they already listened to some of my criticisms as this video is going up, which is truly incredible. So that's gonna about do it for me. Thank you all so much for watching the Halo Infinite review. As you can tell, I loved this game a lot, and you'll definitely be seeing it again on the channel during my Game of the Year discussion. With that all out of the way, I'm Young Falcon signing out. You ever wanted to feel like a martial arts master, or maybe you just want to recreate some of your favorite segments from action films? Then boy oh boy do I have the game for you, and definitely the one for me. Sifu released on the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and on the Epic Games Store for the price of around $40, and I'm here to walk you through if it's worth purchasing on full price or waiting for that inevitable sell. And honestly, it's, at least to me, 100% worth a full price buy. This game just oozes a cinematic charm that I instantly fell in love with and got really sucked into. I mean, the game starts with you playing as the villain of all people, going around murking people in your clan, sitting his henchmen on everyone in the dojo, and eventually, of course, the inevitable killing of your father, and then for the mini twist, killing you. This makes the player see how dangerous and violent our main villain is, and it's a really cool opening to the game, along with a neat way to show off what this game's gimmick is going to be, which is the revival system through age. More on the aging system once we enter gameplay. Now, is the plot anything groundbreaking for Sifu? No, not really, but it's not really that kind of game. The story does a good enough job to push the vehicle forward and make the player really feel invested in what's going on, whether you want to spare the enemies or outright kill them, and you know, maybe flex those skills and try to get that alternate ending with the spare. But to me personally, why I was so invested, it's really down to that playable intro. It was very smart for you to really sit down and feel the power of these enemies, so once you eventually get to these guys, it makes it all the more satisfying to learn the patterns of these enemies and eventually defeat them. Oh boy, this game is so pretty. Sifu uses this fantastic watercolored aesthetic to everything, and these angular stylized models for characters along with the flat shading for a majority of the game's environments and textures just fits this game's, I would say, minimalist art style quite wonderfully. Another huge compliment goes to the environmental design. Due to how Sifu plays, utilizing the environment to its fullest, things like balconies, walls, tables, etc., it is very important in how combat flows. So because Sifu's environments are laid out the way they are, I get this mini Mirror's Edge-esque dopamine rush where my mind races with all the possibilities and different ways I can dispatch enemies, or sometimes push them away to readjust, whether it be preparing for a parry or a strike or rushing to pick up a weapon. The icing on the cake is the camera work, man. I mean, you've all seen the Old Boy homage and it's truly awesome, but there's a ton of rush sequences where you're jumping from building to building, or the tight camera work when you take on a boss. It's all super great stuff. Plus that soundtrack, bro, like Sifu has non-stop bangers that fit the game's levels perfectly. My favorite sequence is 100% The Club. There's a special point in the soundtrack that syncs to the flicker of lights, and I mean,
man, stuff like this is why I love games so much. It's just so good. The only downside from the presentation, ironically, is the camera. Like, I know I just praised it, but sometimes it can be a little finicky and get stuck behind objects or lose its focus during crowd fights, or just, you know, do typical third-person camera jank, and it can be pretty frustrating, especially in a game like this. That being said, it doesn't come up all the time and only bothered me every once in a while, but I figured I'd mention it just in case. And on that note of frustrating, Sifu is a brutal game, make no mistake about it. Unlike other roguelikes I've played, this one consistently bodied me over and over again and taught me to get good quick. My total playtime for this game was around the 9 to 10 hour mark, if that means anything, despite it only having around 5 to 6 levels. That being said, the game is kind of designed for you to be okay with dying a bunch of times. Allow me to explain. This is where that aging mechanic comes into play. So every time you get clapped, you gain 1 skull, which adds to your death counter. So 20 plus 1 is 21. 21 plus 2 is 23, and so on and so forth. As you age up, you lose a bit of health, but end up dishing out a ton more damage. Not to mention how the game gives you access to a skill tree every death, so you can dump EXP into whatever you need. And oh boy, does Sifu have a robust move list, from combo extenders to focus special moves and even weapon durability increases. You can opt to unlock moves once for a run, or bank enough XP and permanently unlock them for every time you want to replay Sifu. Death isn't the only place to spend XP, to be fair. There's also Jade statues where you can pick a boon Hades style and find things you want to max out, whether it's increasing your structure stability, adding extra focus, or more risky options like recovering stature every time you dodge a move, or parry impacts opponent's stature a ton more, things of that nature. This means every time you run through a level of Sifu, no run will feel particularly the same in terms of gameplay feel. Either you get really lucky and you brute force it, or you get a perfect storm of upgrades and perks that benefit your playstyle, resulting in the most satisfying, best takedowns I've ever dished out in gaming history. The game controls like butter, man. Actions are smooth and responsive, and I never once felt like any of the mistakes I made were particularly my fault. Weaving in and out of combo strings, hitting perfect parries on that orange glowy fist, and setting up for a big stagger and getting a grab, and throwing people off ledges and doing all this crazy stuff, it is never going to get old. And like I said, those environmental takedowns look so sick and give me a lot of Sleeping Dog flashbacks, so my neurons were activated and I was having a big old grin across my face. The enemy types are also pretty diverse. They range from your usual grunts and minions that just throw hands and swing at you, these big body grappler types who let to run up on you and slam you to the floor for a ton of health, and the acrobatic kicking guys who are really dodgy and kind of hard to take on. They always got like weird overheads and just mix-ups that you're just never really ready for. You gotta really get their patterns down. Lastly, there's people that are basically you. They block absolutely everything and rely on a handful of attack strings that either end in a large glowy fist or a large glowy sweep. These guys were the most annoying, to be fair, and especially when coupled with the bow staff, it got very, very punishing. But it's so cool to sit down, grind that pattern out, figure out their playstyle, and of course, inevitably parrying and beating these fellas. Sifu is definitely joining the pantheon of incredible action games, up there with the likes of Devil May Cry 5, Streets of Rage 4, and I can't really think of any others that came out in recent memory, but it's awesome is what I'm getting at. This is a game that rewards patience, strategic movement, and just a tiny little bit of luck, with a really sick risk-reward mechanic going in with the aging system that, to me, never made growing old feel too punishing, but rather a mere misstep on my path to becoming a martial arts master, fit enough to exact vengeance on my father's killer. My recommendation for this game is an absolute must-buy.
I have spent 8 long years preparing for this.
Thank you so much for sticking to the end of this review. If you guys want to see any more of my content, whether it be fighting game related or more video game reviews, there's 2 playlists I'll have and my most recent video I've uploaded. A like, comment, and subscribe goes a long way in supporting the small content creator, and it really would mean a lot. I wish you all the best, make sure you guys take care of yourselves, and I hopefully will see you on the next one.